Alrighty, let's do this thing where we do the thing. How's it going, everybody? Long time no talk. Probably. Alright, sorry about the late start. Heather has joined the Elite Dangerous ranks, so I'm kind of trying to like step over her shoulder every now and then and like gently nudge her in the right direction without making her angry and have her hit me, as she's known to do. This was my cry for help. Somebody save me.
I don't know what I'm doing.
Give me 2 seconds so I'll come over there and look.
It told me to come here, but I don't...
There should be a person you have to talk to there to get it.
Yeah, but there's a bunch of people that have like blue above their head.
Yeah. So like, if you look on your contacts, it might give you a name. Like, or not your
I don't even
contacts.
know how to get to my mission thing.
Yeah, it's hard to see it from... Is it Q default key binding, or is that like custom one for FPS? Do you remember, Vaughn?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
The key binding when you're like in your suit to bring up the info wheel, is that Q?
Yeah, you hold Q. You have to hold it for a couple seconds.
What am I going to, the contacts?
I think so, yeah.
Then who do I know who I'm talking to?
It should say a name, I think.
And there's like 6 things that say mission.
Alright, give me 1 second. I'll come look at it.
Cool city.
I'm at Maureen Landing. I don't even have to talk to anyone. Yeah.
I was gonna say we could come pick you up, but...
Contact. Docking restraints engaged.
I'm probably gonna go to bed at 10.
Okie dokie. It gets easier as you get the hang of it, I promise.
These are a lot more money.
Yeah, you just have to watch that you don't pick something up that's like way above your difficulty, because it won't filter it for you. Oh, what?
How do I know it's difficult?
So...
These are all like 3s or whatever.
I don't think that's... Grab this schematic from a crash site. That might be... Does it say threat level? Fuck, where is it? God, it's been so long. Keep going down. Massacre, take out personnel. It's weird because I swear that it's supposed to say, like, literally the threat level, but I don't see shit.
I feel like for how much you play this game, you don't know a lot about
Wow. Well, stop doing
some of
that.
this stuff.
Stop doing FPS shit.
What else am I supposed to do? I don't even understand this game.
When you click the mission, does it show you like the thing?
We're at level 2.
Yeah. Okay. There you go. So like the closer to like 0, 1, maybe 2, you might be able to do, but like the higher the threat level, the more crazy the mission gets. Usually that means more enemies.
It's a Maverick suit. Is that what I have? How do I know?
So you should have all 3. I think it starts you with. So the Maverick suit's the one with the cutter. If you go back and back again and back again. Edit loadout. And then click that. Oh, yeah. Edit that shit. Oh, shit. The fuck? Do you start with no suit?
Do you?
It looks like it. Hit back again. New loadout? Select base suit? Yeah, you fucking start with only a flight suit. I thought they made it so you started with something. Like, how the fuck are you supposed to do ground missions like that? Go to... Fuck, what's that place called? Like, Pioneer or something or another?
Yeah.
There should be a store in the place there. I think you have to actually go to the store. So, like... Man, you keep going to these weird stations and I've never seen these layouts before. Go upstairs. That one, Pioneer. Yeah, and talk to him and see how much a starter suit costs.
That's a female?
Yeah, so talk to her, that's what I said. Purchase suits. Oh, fuck.
I can afford this.
Okay, yeah, so that's what you want to buy is the Maverick suit. Confirm. And then go back. And then back again. And then go downstairs to that terminal and then create a new loadout using your Maverick suit. Easy peasy. Lemon squeezies. Yep. And then put your weapon in there. You only have the sidearm, so you'll only be able to do the secondary. Okay. Alright, I need to read what this motherfucker said selling this shit netted them, because this is fucked. It must be 1 by 1, since if you've sold something, they'll only give you 1,000 merits. Oh. What did I get for selling that?
You said this comes with a cutter on it?
Yeah, the suit. So like the suit tools are like inherent. So like you should have the cutter, the energy transfer tool, and the scanner. Hey, what's up? How's it going, William? I have not looked at the community goal yet. We've been trying to like do engineering because neither of us have ever done engineering because I fucking hate it so fucking much. But we've been trying to do engineering while we're here in the bubble. We were in Colonia. We suicide windered back to the bubble to start doing engineering, and then also doing power play for Alien Duval to get prismatic shields.
just one thing spiraling into another.
Yeah, yeah. It's a whole. We fucked up. 675 times 10 roughly. Yeah, okay. That checks out. You just have to miserably sell it one at a time.
That's terrible.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna be slow.
I guess I'll load up my my little Corsair and head out to you.
Alright, let me see if I do 10. Do I get 100? No. So you definitely get more by selling it one at a time.
Oh my
Oof.
goodness.
Yeah. Thank God it does, William. Or it'd be a long. It would be really fucked because Vaughn, especially, he has the carrier in Colonia. So we took his carrier out to Colonia, and if we had to travel back conventionally, like with the carrier, it would be shitty because he doesn't get a lot of off days with his work. So we would basically spend his off day or his off weekend just traveling back to the bubble so that we could do this. So thank fuck that suiciding works. So like what I was reading, William, is if you individually sell the cargo one at a time, for whatever reason, you get more merits than if you were to dump all of it. So I'm trying to like farm the merits out of it. So that's why I'm selling it one at a time. It doesn't make sense. And I feel like this is one of those things where Frontier needs to fucking fix their shit because this is dumb. Like I get 13 merits a pop for selling one at a time, but then if I sell 10, I should get like at least 100 merits, right? But instead I get 44. Yeah, that was the problem. There was a carrier that was heading back to the bubble, and I could have taken that, but it was like a couple days after like when I wanted to go back, so I would have had to wait in Colonia for like 2 days. And I didn't want to hold up everybody, so I just suicided back. And there was supposed to be a carrier heading back out to Colonia, because originally we weren't going to do engineering or power play. That wasn't like originally the plan. I just went back to get some other ships that I wanted to bring back out to Colonia. So I suicided back to the bubble, and then was going to take a carrier back out to Colonia, but the carrier that was going out to Colonia didn't have shipyard enabled, so I couldn't dock more than the ship I was flying. And I was like, okay, well, that's shit. So instead I just sat there doing exobio for the last week. Oh yeah, no problem. Give me a second. Do. Let's see rolls. That should work. You should be able to join voice chat now. Yeah, it's a bit of a struggle too, because I feel like Vaughn and I have a decent amount of experience playing the flight game, and I don't think Heather seems to be enjoying the flight game. So she's been like doing more like ground stuff, and I know nothing about the ground game other than I die a lot on it.
Yeah.
Ta-da! Magic, the shopkeeper appeared.
Hey, how's it going, man?
I'm good, mate. I'm good. Yeah, I'm just about to start my cleaning, so I actually will, because I live in Malaysia. But
Oh
so
shit!
I can answer. I have.
What was that?
Oh. Yeah. Okay, so if you want to go ground. Oh, I've got delayed sound coming from YouTube, so I'll mute that. Yes, so if you want to do ground, I would say that the Maverick suit is your primary suit to get going and engineered.
Hey, I just bought it.
Okay, yeah, I mentor newer players, which can be frustrating for both of us at times. But yeah, it's a great game. The whole problem with Elite is that it isn't a learning curve; it's a learning cliff, and it's all front-ended.
Yeah.
So it just so easily puts people off. You know, especially if you've got different controls. And then if a newer player asks me what control it is, I go, I don't know. I use an Xbox controller. I don't know keyboard and mouse. I certainly don't know sticks. So even then, even if you've got a guy who really knows his stuff, it's that can be frustrating. But once you're past there, it really opens up, and it's a great game. And you get bored of things, so you just have to keep switching around what you're doing, and in fact, switch before it starts to get tiresome.
That's what I'm really looking forward to with the Vanguard's update coming this summer, is that it touts that it's going to be a much smoother onboarding process for Elite players to get newcomers to join in. So I really hope they know what they're doing there, because that sounds like something that's very much needed.
Yeah.
I've learned in the past to I'm quite pessimistic, and therefore I'm never disappointed, and now and again I actually get pleasantly surprised.
Yeah, for sure.
So I'm looking forward to that, because I've got a squadron, and people were like, "Oh, get a faction, squadron faction," and I would always answer, "Yeah, sure, if you volunteer to run it." And strangely enough, people used to back off at that point. But I think this is the Vanguard is going to be basically Squadrons 2.0. So we'll apply for a squadron faction then, if that does that. And it's talking about you can lend people stuff.
Oh shit.
So obviously you arrive in the game with a crappy Sidewinder, but now I think you'll be able to say, hey, try this ship out, just so you can kind of see where you can go and where it's going to take you. So that would be nice. I think it says something about sharing assets.
Yeah, that'd be great. Squadron assets.
So sorry, I don't want to monopolise the conversation. Please tell me to dial it back if I'm... Yeah, so to the newer player, the young lady there, the astronaut. Yeah,
the young lady.
I hope you've got a Nara account, because that makes life so much easier.
We haven't gotten her to that point yet, no.
Ah, right, yeah, if you're having an Nara account, that will keep track of all of your equipment and things, and if you want to look back at your past achievements, obviously it only records from when you open the account and log into your game. But you can do things like make crafting lists in there, which are again less important later on, because you just have engineering material coming out of your ears. But at the beginning, when you really need to husband your engineering material, you can make a crafting list, and it'll tell you exactly what you need.
I'm just trying to learn how to fly, or even do anything. I think I've played less than 30 minutes outside of the tutorial.
Okay, so you've done the Sidewinder tutorial, the flight school thing?
I completed most of it.
Oh, well, if you finish it, I think it makes you finish it. I'm not sure about that one, because it used to be completely optional. But as a reward... Yeah, well, as a reward, and it is quite... I mean, a little knowledge is a dangerous thing, so I tried to get my brother-in-law in the game, and I was giving him advice that was possibly not needed, but some of the options were not available to him. I'm going, do this, and obviously the button wouldn't work, because it was keep it simple, stupid. That made it even more frustrating for him rather than helpful. But what I can tell you is, If you complete that, you get rewarded with a paint job
Ooh.
for your Sidewinder. Ooh, everyone's a winner. So yeah, you get that. What I normally do with newbies, if I catch them coming out of the door, as it were, out of the factory, is to tell them to do that, and I try to teach them how to fish rather than just throw things at them. So I would say, okay, where are you? I would then show them the resource sites tool, where to find it, and then say, okay, let's go here, do combat, and basically you just hang on to my shirt tails. I'll do most of the killing. You just have to tickle them, get them to 2 million, get them a Artemis suit and a hauler because it's good long range travel, and then go and find some plant life. And then they've got 19, and then they've got a bit. If we go get some stratum, that's 19 million. And then they're off to the races. They can get a cheap, fully kitted out Viper and a DBX with that, and then that gets through a lot of the frustration, without just throwing money at them and dragging them through the early game.
Yeah.
Which doesn't really do people any favors at all. You got to strike a balance. But if you're going to be on ground, when your Artemis suit, an Artemis grade 1 will do all you ever need it to do for plant life, and that's a real money maker for you. And it doesn't care what ship you're in, and it doesn't care that you're in a fully non-engineered grade 1 Artemis suit. It'll still give you all the same amount of money. So that's a great little starter.
Well, it's fortunate
really
that.
happy.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, no. I was just gonna say I'm really happy the Robigo Mines passenger missions are no longer the meta for making money, because that...
Yeah, that's soul killing.
overboard.
Yeah, it's good though. But yeah, it's not remotely the be all and end all. I do get my guys there. Engineering material, you need a lot less than you used to, which is very helpful. So once you can afford a Python, the only engineering you need to do to it is, I think it's on just grade 4, is enough to make it in 2 jumps, and no other engineering at all. And that gets you Empire rank, gets you engineering material if you take the material option, and exploration rank. Yeah, excellent. I always like guys to be able to do 3 things at once. But yeah, you can't. You shouldn't. Again, you should never do it until it becomes tiresome, and you should quit before it even starts getting boring and go and do something else.
It's one of the nice things about Elite versus Star Citizen. There's lots of other things to do.
Yes. Right. I've been a bit on send, which is not a conversation. If anybody has a question, I'll try and answer that directly. Or I'll do that listening thing, which is also important.
Questions, Heather?
I was trying to get back into that place I was at, and I couldn't figure it out, and I shot
The station?
the station, and they blew me up.
Yeah, they don't enjoy that. No, I think they call that a hostile act.
Yeah. It was weird. I thought the mission told me that I needed to go back inside, and so I was like, what?
All right. Okay. You have to ask permission to land. So what you do is you go to your left-hand control panel. You go to and then all the way to the right you've got contact. And then you select the station or settlement, click on it, and then that allowed you. That will then at the right hand side it'll allow you a request to dock.
Yeah, I forgot that you had to do that.
And
We
you've got
all
one of the
we all make those mistakes. It's okay.
computers. It will land you automatically if you zero throttle, which is always very nice. A lot of people are snobby about. I think they're fantastic.
I think it's
fantastic.
great. It's a great tool. It shows people how to do it if they don't know how,
Yeah.
and then you get to a point where like you're comfortable with it. You can get the slots back in your ship, which is so like I think it's a good tool. I don't really care.
Yeah. I mean, you can kind of hybrid it. So I use the Super Cruise Assist, which if I was a limited build and I could have only one, I would have the Super Cruise Assist. But I have it on manual dethrall, so it doesn't immediately drop me down to 75%. So I can fly it at full speed, do the 7-second thing, 75%. But then, Heather, you can save yourself 30 seconds arriving at every location. So what you do is when you get below 2 times the speed of light, when on the right side of your radar it says less than 2C, you very, very gently give it a little kick in the shins, a very little kick, and the nanosecond you see 5 seconds, you get back to 75% again, and that will save you 30 seconds. You'll come in with your hair on fire and a slightly warm bottom, and it'll just drag you out Super Cruise, and then you can land. And then what I do is fly through the slot manually, and then a zero throttle, and then it finds my landing pad for me.
Oh,
so
that's
I
nice,
get all the
yeah.
advantages of doing things quickly, manually, so I can get in quicker, because obviously it's a bit of a sit back and relax. If you do the docking computer outside the station, you get a bit of a sit back and relax and listen to a Viennese waltz. There's a
That's my
homage
favorite
to
part.
2001. But if you're flying manually, you don't have to look for your slot. Then you just zero throttle and it will find it for you, which is cool.
I don't think she's seen a proper station yet. She's been at all the little orbital docks so far, so she does not yet know the enjoyment of the mail slot.
Well, I recommend that if you find a group, a smallish squadron that's friendly, they will help bring you on, and find one that's kind of attuned to your needs. I would hate to poach on your channel, and I won't throw it out there, but
that's fine.
I have such a squadron if you're interested in.
No, that's fine.
And we would bring you on board. Okay then, well, again, go and get yourself a Nara account, and you just look for DFM1, which is the Dari Free Mercenary Fleet, which is, and don't get worried about the name either, it's actually a homage to a fabulous science fiction book series. I've had people go, "Oh, you're mercenaries, can you come and help us out?" I was like, no. Yeah, so if you type in DFM1, Delta Foxtrot Mike 1, that will come up, then Dari Free Mercenary Fleet. There's a link to our Discord there that's permanently open, and we will invite you in and help you out. But as I say, I try not to just drag people through, and I definitely don't throw fish at you. I'll show you how to fish. So if people just expecting to get a dump of 1 million credits, no, that's not going to happen. But we will. What I do is I say, I know the path. I will offer you the next 3 steps down the path of efficiency, but that's actually work, and you didn't come to a game to work. So I always recommend getting off the path and smelling the flowers the minute it starts to become tiresome. But I do know the most efficient path through. So there you go, Heather. That's there for you. And I won't get any more hard sell than that. Any other questions?
What if she's untrainable?
That might be accurate.
Well, it's normally the other way around. Is that I put people off by being a bit too. And so I have to try and be careful. But if people can put up with me, I can certainly put up with them generally. I've only had a few that were just insisted. I mean, I would always say your game, your way, but just insisted in being perverse in doing the most bizarre things, and that can be a bit frustrating for me. Like you did it. Oh, okay. But yeah, you just got to accept it. It's your game, and you do whatever you want, and your priorities are your priorities, not mine.
He actually had a really good point too, and like I was thinking about it yesterday, but I didn't bring it up. But using Xbox controller might be more like intuitive to you.
Yeah. 2 seconds. I'm putting my glasses on over my headset, so I'm gonna be out of comms for a brief 2 seconds.
How do we know?
Yes.
I tell you what's great about using a controller is certainly in the early game is learning the controls is a nightmare. Well, if you set it up, although you never get past that, if you hold the button down, it gives you it reminds you of what the connecting buttons do. So if I get a mind part and I'm like, oh shit, well, is it? Because obviously you always run on muscle memory, and if I get a glitch in the system, I can just hold down the buttons and go, no, all right, not that one, that one. Ah, there we go.
Oh, I thought you were trying to go to that.
But how do I know where?
Keep turning. Oh, you're like.
How do you know?
Keep turning. Where are you trying to go?
I don't know. I'm just trying to follow this fucking thing.
Oh, right there. And then jump. With your jumpy jump. Yep. Sorry. She's like looking at she was like in an asteroid field or something and looking around, and I couldn't tell like what she was trying to actually like go towards.
Oh, you went through an accretion disk. Yeah, that'll drag you out of Super Cruise, yes.
I just want to do one mission before I go to bed.
You can do it, honey.
It might happen.
Are you streaming it?
No, she's not.
Okay.
She could Discord
I'll come
screen
and try and
it.
talk you through it. Yeah, if you Discord stream it, then and we'll talk you through it, and then you can get a nice warm glow of satisfaction, which isn't that you remained in your seat too long because you were desperate and didn't quite get to the loo on time.
I'm gonna try to do it myself.
This is the untrainable part I was talking about. She's she's very bullheaded on accepting help. She likes to do stuff herself.
Okay.
So I just kind of like sit back and wait until she asks for something.
That's fine.
I won't learn like.
I don't mind too much.
I just learn by doing it more than anything.
Yeah. But yeah, if you, I mean, keyboard and mouse works perfectly adequately. I know people who play keyboard and mouse and do very well. And of course, you've got more buttons, so I have to. So it's really useful. So I have a button for 100%, 75%, which we were talking about earlier, which is your most maneuverable when you're in Super Cruise, and 50% is when you're most maneuverable in the instance, not in Super Cruise, which means I haven't got a zero throttle button, which I would like, or even a full reverse button, which I would like, but you have to make compromises. But it does mean, as I say, when I go, a button I don't use often, like select next system en route, I go, which was it? I can just hold down those buttons and guess, and then it will come up on the screen what goes with button Y, and there we go, left bumper, we're off. I think it was great killer of. Sorry, go on, Heather.
I have jumped like 6 times, and I'm gonna run out of fuel.
Okay, so go to a station and refuel. She doesn't have a fuel scoop. She doesn't have one yet, I don't think. Right? Or hold on, let's see. Go to modules.
That clever Inara again would tell you where the nearest fuelable location is. Bring up carriers as well. So I always have stations on and nothing else as a default. Yeah. But carriers will normally offer refueling as well, and there's often carriers dotted about the place. I might charge you an extra 5 or 10%, but it's not exactly going to break the bank, is it?
Yeah, it was weird. I don't know if she traveled to a different station when I came over to like look at it, because she was like trying to go start this mission, and I like went to go look at her outfit to get her a fuel scoop, and she couldn't do any outfitting. So I was like, oh, okay, well, never mind then. But Originally, like, the system she was jumping to were, like, 2 jumps away or whatever, so, like, she wasn't going to run out of fuel doing that.
Yes.
And then I forgot to tell her to get a fuel scoop.
Well, I remember everything. I tell you what I think is that automatic brake thing they've put in the game, and that I think that's downright dangerous. I understand that newer players who just completely witless would face plant into the first sun that they got to, but because it slows you down to 0, it turns off the
line.
exclusion zone for the start. And I think that's way more dangerous. I just tell people, don't worry about where your next jump is. Just get to the closest edge. And have you got your mouse widget on, Heather? That's a really, really important little gizit that is automatically turned off for some bizarre reason. There's a thing called a mouse widget, and it puts a little yellow dot on your screen. And if that's outside the exclusion zone, you know you're safe. Where that is where you're heading, unless you're doing up and down and lateral thrusters. But generally, where that is pointing is where you're going to go to. So it's really good.
I don't know if hers is enabled or not. Yeah, it is. Yep. So he's talking about that right there.
Yeah, the first thing I tell guys is to get that on, and then if they've not lost patience with me yet, I get them to assign buttons for 75% power, 50% power, and 100% power.
Yeah, I was trying to like talk her through keybinds, but
important.
she was kind of grumpy with me this morning, so we didn't get to that.
Yeah, it's not the most conversation, but I try and introduce them a little bit at a time rather than go, right, this is your entire layout.
Yeah, well, that's the problem is like with Elite, you have to kind of like figure out keybinds for every single thing that work for you, because the default ones are not great.
Yeah, plus of course, what works for you might not be what works for other people.
Yeah, so you can't just be like, oh, this is keybind for everything.
So a few people have like their own button for heat, so they don't need to put it on their fire groups. So I'm like, I'll put that in there, and they're like, no, I don't need to. I'm like, yeah, okay, well done you.
She's gonna go refuel at her first proper station.
Yeah, that would be advisable. And then if you can get a cheap,
yeah, she should be able
just
to put
any
a full
fuel scoop.
Yeah.
It's just a safety backstop, even if you're not relying on it. Even if you basically fly, at least you know you can go, okay, I can just park here. Might have to park here for half an hour, but I know I'm gonna fill up. But B-grade fuel scoops are great because they're nearly as good and massively cheaper. Short cash.
Oh shit! Hold on, I gotta go watch. Ugh. Nope.
Tip, Heather, is don't buy a new ship just because you can afford it, because an E-grade ship is generally a step down from that E-grade ship earlier.
And then press 1 again to close that.
You can afford to take it before you buy.
There you go. Alright, that's what you fly into.
I have to actually do it?
Oh, you could...
You can do it, Heather,
you can hit X, but you have to get closer again because you're drifting out into the universe.
Yeah, be within 7.5 kilometers to engage the docking computer. Oh, well, to ask permission to dock. Hey, Failure, I suspect that you probably do what I do, and is always you keep forgetting to ask permission to dock when you're instructing.
Yeah, I had a good one yesterday. I ended up lodging my cutter in the fucking mailbox slot because I forgot to request docking, and then panicked as I realized I didn't request docking. So it was fun.
Yeah.
Alright, so go to 0 and then request docking again because you went outside of the range, so you have to do it again.
Can I just fly in there?
No.
You can if you're feeling brave.
Yeah, they'll kill you.
Oh no, yeah, sorry, you have to have permission to dock. I thought you meant it's not zero throttle.
What the fuck?
Yeah, you must have permission. Yes, always ask permission to enter.
Okay, there you go. Oh, X is 0. So X will 0 your throttle out. 0. Now you can cheat. But now you're just the same as move speed. How does that feel? Does it feel being the same as move speed? Huh?
Get out of here.
So this is what you would have to fly through if you were doing it manually. Easy, right?
You get people that whine about docking computers killing people, and they don't. What it is if somebody, if they're flying in and they get too close and then turn it off, it has a little bit of a think about where it is and what it's doing, and then it can smash you into the station and kill you. But if you do it away, then it's never a problem. It's complete tosh when people say, "Oh, the docking computer kills you." No, it really doesn't.
Yeah, I've used it a ton.
Indecision kills
with...
you.
So refuel?
Either commit to going through manually or don't.
You don't have to get out. You can do a repair really quick. And then go to
Yeah, you do
Starport
those
Services.
top 4 buttons, if you just press all of those, because you're not safe until you're down. And then when you're down as well, there's if you go to the right hand side, and there's a ship with a spanner. For you colonial types, it's a ship with a wrench. And if you click on the Rubik's Cube, that will repair everything apart from paint. If you want shiny paint, if you click the space bar at the bottom, that does absolutely everything. So for some bizarre reason, which goes back into the mist of times, there's 2 repair buttons. So there's the repair spanner when you land, or wrench, and there's that other one, and that can catch you out. Actually, you can keep doing the other repair, and it makes you a bit vulnerable inside if you never do the second repair, which is just barking.
Go to the B. Oh, there's an A. Go to that one. Sorry, I didn't see that one. Yep, by that. Ta-da! Now you don't have to do this anymore. Okay, now go back. And back again. And then launch.
Nope, I'm going to bed.
Oh, okay. She's going to bed.
Yeah, never. There's always another day. But Heather, that offer stands. But you need to open an Inara account and then search DFM1. And we're an international squadron. We're normally about 20 people, so we're large enough that there's always somebody about, and small enough that everybody cares about how everybody else is doing. And we'd make you very welcome.
Thanks for the offer. I'm gonna just try to learn this game some more myself.
Okay, that's fine. It's your game, your way. I can lead you to water, but I can't make you drink.
But
I recommend you write it down, and then if you change your mind later, you're not going, "Who was that guy?" You'll have it. So you do you. But if you write down DFM1, that guy said he would help me out, then you've got it, haven't you? You've got both options. And welcome to Elite. I hope you enjoy.
Don't give up.
No,
It's
really
really
it's an
frustrating.
excellent game. Yeah, it's an excellent game. It just has that really tough couple of weeks to start with. I tell you who's really good. Very verbose, like me, but he covers absolutely everything. There's a guy, and I'll show my naivety because I didn't realise for years that it was a joke name. If you look up Hugh Yarden, Jardon, he does getting started videos. They're in Horizon, so that doesn't matter for he covers all things flying, and he still does up to date ones. He just hasn't bothered to go to Odyssey. They are absolutely excellent. He talks a bit slowly, so play him at 1.2 speed. But a lot of people give instructions and they miss out little things. They just expect you to know. What do you mean you didn't know? He doesn't miss anything out, so you might find his very helpful. So Hugh Yarden, getting started videos. Pick the latest one, but he does a combat orientated one. He does a mining orientated one. So pick the kind of flavour that you want, and then follow his his videos, but he's excellent, absolutely superb. Just talks a bit on the slow side, but he, as I say, he doesn't miss anything out. I've had other tutorial videos that just went, you didn't know that, you know, and there's just a vital button missing, and I'm like, pulling my hair out because I can't do it, and it was because they just thought I would know, because why wouldn't you know? So I recommend him. Alright, so there you go. So you got two choices there. You can come and talk to us and have an actual person on the other end of the line, or you can watch him and not have to put up with the annoyingness of other people and still have a guy who knows what he's talking about, although he won't be covering anything on the ground. Okay, Heather?
Okay.
And you have a very pleasant sleep.
Thanks.
She ain't gonna fucking take nothing from nobody.
Yeah. The problem is when you give a lesson, you only take in 5 things, and if the first thing is to turn the computer on, that can make it a bit of a patience required from both parties.
Yeah, she's like this in every game. She wants to do everything herself to figure stuff out. So like, you just kind of have to sit back and let her smash her way through the brick wall.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that, other than the elite really doesn't lend itself to that. I've had people, and I've shown them external tools, and like, no, I want to do it all as the game was intended. Well, no, they kind of did take advantage of the fact that the player base was so awesome that they made all these third-party tools, it's already there, isn't it? Why do we need to spend time developing it and putting it in the game?
Yeah, it's definitely frustrating the way Elite's barrier of entry is.
Yeah, but Heather, if I could have only one third-party tool, I mean, I don't have a lot. I don't have time for them. There's loads that will do all sorts of things. Let you run around settlements and tell you which stuff to pick up and what not to pick up. I don't have any of those. But if I could only ever have one, it would definitely be an ARA. If I could only have one third-party tool and no others, it would be an ARA. So I really recommend you opening an ARA account. That will make your life so much easier. And it's not about badges and boasting. It's like, oh, where can I get the nearest this? Where can I outfit this? The thing about going to a place you might hear about, Shinrata Desra, is 10% discount on all modules. Well, with an ARA, it'll tell you where to buy that ship at 15% discount, generally at one location. So why wouldn't you? And that's a win-win-win-win, because you get it cheaper to start with. Insurance cost is based on what you paid, not what it's worth. So rebuy is cheaper. And if you transfer a ship, part of the calculation is again what you paid for the ship. So transferring a ship is cheaper. So it's the gift that keeps on giving. Especially if you visit the rebuy screen often.
I'm sure that won't be her issue.
No, no. Not Heather. Well, if you don't hit the rebuy screen now and again, you're not trying. Not trying hard enough.
She'll get there.
Alright, good night, everyone.
Yeah, take care. Tootsie, as the Germans would say.
God damn her.
Are you completely puffed out with Star Citizen? Are you a failure? Because I've been waiting for your rant video on it, and it's just not being forthcoming.
I am definitely not. Give me 1 second. Yeah, I have zero fucking interest in playing Star Citizen again personally. I think the flight model just gets worse and worse and worse and worse. It was literally the only thing that had me like playing now and again was just to fly around for fun, but I hate what he's done to the flight model to the point that I can't stomach flying it. And then you know, take away the flight model, what's left is a fuck all mess of fucking fever dream concepts that he tries to mash together to make into a coherent game, and it's just, there's nothing fun there, so I have zero interest to fucking play it. As far as making a video on it, after this last Invictus, I might make like a shit on Star Citizen video, just talking about how fucked this last year has been. But definitely not playing it. That's not. I don't think that's ever happening again.
That's the thing with Star Citizen, is that it's like, if it was like, okay, the development has been slow its entire lifespan. We all basically signed up for that when we started. If it was slowly drifting into a good game, I might still be playing it. But it's like year after year, things seem to only be getting worse and worse, and more pay to win, and more anti-consumer. And so it's like, based on the trend, I don't ever see myself playing Star Citizen again either.
No, people keep talking to me about. Now I had Wing Commander 3 back in the day. I thought it was great, and I absolutely loved Freelancer. Although I understand that actually he was as much of an embuggerance for Freelancer as the great mind behind it. But I never played MMOs at all, ever. So I was super excited for Squadron 42 when it first started talking about it in 2014, wherever it was. I had no interest in the big game. But I was like, oh, Squadron 42, that looks just my cup of tea.
Yeah.
And now I've got no interest at all.
Yep. Well, that's the thing too. You know, he's gutted the shit out of Squadron 42. Originally, it was supposed to be like this drop-in, drop-out co-op, fucking kind of like a mini sandbox shit, and then now it's essentially a single-player on-rails fucking cinematic experience. And it's like, okay, cool, man. Like, that's not the game you were selling people, like, at all. It is completely different than what you pitched. Squadron 42 alone, not Star Citizen, just Squadron 42 is completely different now. Like, cool, I guess.
I think it's got to the point now where actually completing the game would be detrimental to his
100%.
business model.
Yeah, for sure.
Yep.
You know, that would be like, oh, and there it is. Okay, pay the one figure and you've got the game. And yeah, sure, we'll bill you for cosmetics because we've got to keep the lights on, which is like Elite sort of is. But no, I think if I was his accountant, purely on accounting terms, I'd say, you know what, Chris, it would not be in your company's interest to ever complete this game.
Yeah, absolutely. We've talked a lot about this, just during like our Discord hangouts when we play other games. It's come up several times before, but it's just like, so basically Chris has pitched this idea of a video game where everybody's dream is sold. By intentionally being as vague as possible and promising the dream to everybody, basically everyone has a reason to play Star Citizen at some point, right? Everyone has the thing that they want to play, and everybody has that thing that's going to be coming someday soon, and, you know, that's when the game will be good for that person. So by setting deadlines and by actually setting boundaries of this is what the game is, this is what the game will not be, that'll immediately turn so many people off from the game because they still live in essentially a dream that Chris has touted and promised. But
he was about
the second
say no.
The second they set boundaries, then all of a sudden, you know, there's going to be the people who stick around for what there is, and then a majority of the people are going to leave for what there isn't.
Yeah, when people ask what would be in the game, he went from, of course, to why wouldn't it be, to, yeah, we can do that too. And he never stopped ever saying, you know what, it's getting a bit bloated now, you know, it can't be all things to all men. It's got to be this game. And it's not going to be niche, because we need a big. So if you so like Elite, we'll offer flight assist off, but if you want something that runs a bit more on rails, you know, you pick your fun level. You pick your on rails, you pick your flight assist off, and good luck with that, monkey in a can. Or we'll have something in the middle where you have to do a bit of management, and you know, you find your comfort level. He's just said his dream is impossible to me. I don't see how he can deliver it.
I mean, at this point, definitely not, because they've see, the problem is they've relied on this market of selling ships and selling things in order to fund all of their studios and all of their devs.
I mean, it was just against my nature in the first place because, as I say, I'm a tight-fisted Yorkshireman. I want to go. I mean, even elite to a degree. You know, I want to go. How much does it cost? It's either worth it to me or it isn't. I'm going to buy it. I want the whole game. I don't like that. I don't get all the paint jobs. I don't like that. You know, I wanted to play one game, but then I have to recognise that it is a living, breathing thing that they've done. And they do need to keep the lights on. So if other people have fatter wallets than I do, then okay. And then your pay-to-win thing is a sliding scale, isn't it? So Yamix is very, very negative. I don't care to a degree, but I must admit. So you were talking about doing a suicide winder travel. I do admit that buying a ship and then having it appear anywhere you like, that kind of rubs me the wrong way a little bit. That 0 transfer fee, that yeah, that is edging towards. I mean, there's no pay to win, but it is edging towards you have something that I very much don't because you've got your wallet out, and I can never earn that, so I can't grind to earn that.
I think for me, I don't mind. So like, you know, I think it's good that they're coming out with new ships. I think like it's great to keep you know, money coming and funding the game. For me, the big issue is these jump starts that come with pre-engineered modules. I think that's like a huge not okay thing. Because it clearly means that they understand that engineering is a roadblock to a ton of people, and now they're just selling engineered shit to where it's like they're gonna realize, oh hey, we can make a ton of money selling engineered shit. So let's just start like kicking out these jump starts that have engineering already done on them, and people will buy those because they don't want to do engineering. And you know, I think that's a really dangerous slippery slope for sure.
Yeah. So
there's no, go on.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you please. I've been monopolizing, if anything. So
that's okay. No, so yeah, basically just banking off what Failure said is that it's like, okay, so instead of fixing a broken system within Elite Dangerous that a lot of people have said that they dislike and it's very grindy and it's not a fun part of the game, instead of fixing that, they would rather add a paywall. So like they give them the option to pay through it rather than intentionally fixing that mechanic because they know how bad it is. So they're basically just using a bad mechanic to make money off of.
Okay, so I think that's a perfect example of the sliding line. I actually don't care about that, and if I care about it at all, it is that newer players get their hands on ships that they just aren't ready to be able to fly. Now, engineering has had a big rework. I don't know how familiar you are with the game as it kept going, but they had a massive rework in engineering materials now way easier to find than it used to be. And on top of that, you use way less material than you used to. And it's a fixed figure. So apart from the initial unlocking of an engineer, where it's, and I don't think even that's as expensive as it used to be. No, it's cheaper. Where you pay, you sort of pay to unlock, and if you switched on, you can do that. I threw away so much engineering material back in the day. I didn't realise that the minute it offers the next one, you should jump up. I thought, no, I'll take it all the way up to the end, and then I'll have that extra bit of it. And I didn't realise it was just, nope, that's the next one. So you can do that when you're unlocking, but after that, it's just grade 1 is 1 spin, boom. Grade 2 is 2 spins, boom. I mean that's and you've got the security of knowing I have enough material, and it's not going to change. So you don't have, you always had to get that little bit more because you didn't want that last spin and you couldn't bloody do it. That was so frustrating for newer players. So it's taken that out.
I definitely agree. Like, okay, so yes, what they've done is miles better than what we had as old engineering, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the current state of engineering is in a good spot. It's definitely better, for sure. That's undeniable. But I think there's still a lot of work to be done.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I'm coming at it from fever dreams of how bad it was. I didn't do engineering. If anybody played the game wrong, it was me, because I played the game. I did the combat progression, and I took a look at an engineering video that was back in the day when it was place your bets, not just how far around it spanned, but it was, you know, when it went to the left and the right, and it was a Stylon one, and you had to pick your best one. You had to do loads of rolls and then pick the best one. I was like, that's a disaster. I'm leaving that. I didn't do engineering forever. And then because I was doing linear progression, because I'm that way minded, I used to see all these community goals, and I'm like, oh, I'll come back to them. I didn't realise how much I was missing out on community goals. So I played wrong. So yeah, you're right. We're coming at it from back in the day. You kids today, you don't know your book. We used to live at the bottom of the lake. So yes, there is a bit of that to it. But I think it's quite good now as it is. I think you have to earn it, but it's not onerous. You have to know what you're doing. And again, like we were trying to encourage Heather, you know, I have guys with a frameshift drive fully engineered in I don't know, 5 hours of gameplay. So I mean that was just unthinkable in the past, and I certainly didn't do that. But what I jumped because I get easily distracted. I'm a cat with a laser light. So yeah, we were talking about those pre-engineered ships. So as I said, I did the combat thing and I didn't do any engineering. So it was like the Viper Mark III, then the Vulture. Oh, this is awesome! The Vulture. Oh, this is fantastic! And then he went, right, that's pretty much. I've shown you everything. There was no Chieftain then. So the next ship's a Python. Don't go in any of these combat zones in anything less than a Python. You'll get destroyed. And there you go. And I got my Python. It was fully A graded. I was so happy. And I got my horse handed to me. And okay. And then I got my horse handed to me, okay. And then I thought the Python was pants. I'm like, everybody's talking about how awesome this Python is. And then I moved up the Federation piggies and then came back to it. Now I got a second account when they did the free Epic account. And I just whistled through and I bagged the Python very early and it was fine. And I realised it was flying skill. I just haven't developed the flying skill. So if you can just buy your way into one of the bigger beasties, yeah, okay, but you haven't got the flying skill to fly it, and that might become frustrating as well. I did get a guy join the squadron that for some reason had 0 experience but had 5 billion in the bank. He'd obviously paid somebody to do some carrier trading, real world money, and he didn't stay with us long. I mean, we did take the piss a bit and say, well, you haven't really done anything because you don't have the experience. He didn't give you any engineering, he just gave you money. Yeah, you can buy every ship in the game, but
yeah, that's the thing with Elite is that, you know, every ship is actually relatively easy to earn. You know, some of the rank lock ships can be very grindy and difficult, but almost every ship is very easily unlocked. It's like the skill that you learn over time and how you outfit it and how you engineer it that really matters.
Well, I don't know whether they're kind of saying they've learned their lesson, because that Corsair is really an Empire ship, but they've not put it behind any rank at all, have they?
Yeah, I don't want all these fucking peasants flying my fucking flag.
Yeah, I think it should have been. I mean, it could have been fairly low, but it should have gone. Well, where is, or even do an adjustment. So go right. Okay, it's definitely better than the Clipper.
Fucking
so
Clipper.
What we'll do is we'll drop the Clipper down a couple of ranks, and then we'll stick that in where the Clipper was. You know, something like that. They could have done that.
Yeah. You know, we were actually talking about that too just the other day, is that all of the new ships that they're releasing are, in general, significantly better than the original ships. And, you know, it's like, they either need to... I mean, I don't want to say increase the price of the new ships, but rather bring the old ships up to the level that the new ships are being sold as, because the new ones are just significantly better, they seem.
I think they should... in one of their invention factories, have an engineer that does a module that doesn't take up any more space. But yeah, you got to earn it. You got to get the engineering material, but that will make it so that your ship doesn't do the Buckaroo Banzai thing
Yeah.
when it's flying. You know, they've got the SEO drive that goes in any ship, so they should have their SEO. And give it another name, so it's just like
Yeah, like regulator or something,
so
and
that you-
attach
so
it to
that
a
you-
power plant.
yeah, so that you know that it's for the older ships,
Mm-hmm.
and that addresses fuel consumption, and the we're off to the. I've just got on an untrained horse thing, because yes, you're quite right. Some ships are now like the Type 8 won't carry quite as much as the Anaconda, but it's much more fun to. It's less of a pain to fly. So I've actually been doing the community goal in a Type 8 rather than in the cutter, which I find a flying pig. Now, because they don't offer the new ships for Horizons, in my other account I did it in the Anaconda and it was fine. Just not quite as fun to fly.
Yeah, I just think
Yeah,
it's frustrating between, you know, the SEO drive, and then also like all these new ships seem to be acknowledging like larger jump ranges that people have wanted for a long time. So it's nice having like all these new ships have a good solid base jump range to start from, and then you add on engineering and Guardian Booster, and they just completely irrelevant, all the old ships, in terms of like being able to do shit conveniently.
Yeah, the Python's got far less niches than it did have, but not wiped out. It's
No,
still
yeah, I agree.
the business for some things, but yeah, some of them have. You know, I mean, I really love the courier for Bio, because it just lands. You just throw it at the floor and it sticks. And even I tried. So that the Mandalay is great for Stratum, because Stratum's always unfairly flat area,
Yes.
so it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
So if you hunt
we've been
Stratum,
doing that.
it's fine. But I did it in the Mark V Cobra, and it's still got those sticky out wings. You're better off doing it in a DBX or a Courier once you get it unlocked.
Mm-hmm.
If you're gonna do the Billionaires Boulevard with stuff all over the place and in rocks and things, then you still want that little tiny footprint. So it might land on stilts, but it's still got those droopy wings hanging out the side that'll make it a bit more difficult. So there's that to it. And I don't think that the Python Mark II is that much of a game changer. I do use it for combat, but you can't collect material in combat really. It certainly didn't replace the Python Mark I in any shape or form.
I just think it's kind of fucked that the Python Mark II, you know, is built around being a combat ship. Kind of, I mean, I don't know meta-wise how it measured up to an FDL, to a fair to lance, for people who don't know what that is. But the fact that the Python Mark II starts with a base jump range of like 20 is kind of fucking bullshit.
Well, I'm going to make everybody hate me now. So the Python Mark, the Cobra Mark III, I think is perhaps the most overrated ship in the game. It doesn't excel at anything. In fact, I've just sold mine. I was kind of persuaded to get one for land missions by the Burr Pit, and it was like, oh, I love the Cobra Mark III. I was like, you know what? And that was like, well, it's got slightly stronger shields than the Courier, which was my go-to landing at settlement ship. And I was like, actually, no, I prefer the Courier. And those shields just don't seem any stronger. There might be a bigger shield, but they seem a bit less effective. And then to really make it, if the people I haven't yet alienated, it's probably my game style, and I don't do fixed weapons, but I can't get on with the FDL at all.
Yeah, I struggle with fixed weapons in this game a lot, which is really weird to me, because in Star Citizen it was all I used, but over here I do not do well with them.
Yeah, I think maybe FDL comes into it solely if you do fixed weapons, but if you're a standard beam lasers and multi-cannons guy like I am, then I find it a bit underpowered. I'm like, man, I'm still trying to kill this guy. I'm going to try it the other way around. I've got a huge multi-cannon, and all the rest are beam lasers, long-range thermal vent. So I might try it reversing that and see if that works. But yeah, I don't get on with it. I've never been into the big ship. I've got a Corvette, but I don't bring it out very often unless we decided we're going to go and just destroy someplace. and the only pilot I've got, she's sat on her ass taking 10% of my cash every time. But I've only got a ship launch fighter on my Corvette, and I've got a gunship which is quite good fun, which I have called. All my ships are DFMF, they're Direct Free Mercenary Fleet. I've called it Burma. You know why?
No.
What's the capital of Burma?
Fuck if I know.
Dhaka. It's got all the
that's a good
Dhaka.
one. That's a good one. Yeah. All right, that fits.
Sorry, Bengal, not Burma. Burma's Myanmar now, isn't it? With the junta. Anyway, that's politics. We'll leave that alone. Yeah, sorry. Bengal. Yeah, so it's DFMF Bengal because it's got all the Dhaka.
Yeah, that's one of the things with Elite is like all my gripes are like petty shit that I wish FDev would like tweak or look at or revisit. But then, you know, I feel like part of that is explained as they ship multiple games. Elite is not like their only thing they do. So like it's a little understandable. It's frustrating as fuck as somebody who cares about Elite and like wanting it to evolve and like get better. But I can at least understand it. Whereas CIG, it's a company that has not shipped a game still after fucking 12 years now, I think it is, right?
Yeah.
13, whatever. Fucking, it's been forever.
I think if I think it's because games is just a niche thing, and the people who cared about games are not quite yet old enough.
Mhm.
But I think if they were, I think they might be approaching a point where they should be investigated. You promised the product, you haven't delivered the product.
Mhm.
You've taken far more than you claimed it would take to make that product.
Yeah.
I think they're flying quite close to the wind. If they haven't actually crossed the line, and there's lots of ways you can do it so you don't actually cross the line. They're certainly not in the realms of goodwill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think more people would be like games that die when you paid for them. That thing. I don't think that would be. I don't think that will be a thing when our generation are high court judges. I think that will go away. But right now, you talk to a high court judge and they're like,
Yeah.
I do not know of which you speak.
Yeah, I mean, even here in the States, you know, I would say 90% of our politicians don't understand anything about technology, much less video games. So
No.
it's understandable that they can get away with that kind of stuff.
So I think anybody but somebody who's in a tribe has to acknowledge that of all the games in this genre out there, Elite is absolutely the best.
Oh yeah.
And
Yeah,
besides, I mean, you might love No Man's Sky. It's not my cup of tea, but I can understand people that do. But is that those of us who play it and are intimate with it, we just know how much better it could be. And,
Yeah, for sure.
Just minor tweaks. I mean, I'm not in any way a programmer. What I think might be minor tweaks might be absolute nightmares.
Yeah,
to
for
do.
sure.
But little things like, why can I not have a sell all button? Why do I have a copy button but I don't have a paste button?
Yeah.
So I play on my sofa with my feet up and a HDMI cable to my TV, and I have to run to the PC every time I want to. I can copy, but I have to go Control V.
Yeah.
PC.
Yeah, that would be
Little things
horrible.
like that. and then they put their attention. I mean, they've made it clear, very clear, very clear that they have zero intention of cockpit into walking around your cockpit. Your man who's just leaving now, he shot that down big time, and came up with bullshit about you don't want to be running down a mile of corridors. Well, you just change your entry point then. How difficult is that? You enter in the lift that is the door behind the control cabin every time. What's the problem? And I would even be happy with the run up the stairs to push the button. Certainly for the new ships that puts ramps up to the, some of the old ones where it was how do I get to that back door again?
Yeah.
But all right, fair enough. But certainly on the new ones, and it normally is at the front, isn't it? It is that door up to the door. So why can the screen not go blank, or whatever their version of a transition page is? Like they do very well with Witchspace. I mean, that's obviously a loading screen, but very well done. You know, why can't they have a loading screen which is just you going up in a lift? You know, a lift sound, but just looking at a door and a bit of a lift sound. There you go. That's a transition loading page, and then you're in the back door. So that's just will. But I tell you what really grips me is that they have your thrusters spin and twist and heat sinks come out and fantastic. But how often are you in camera mode when that's happening? When's the point you go to camera mode? I've hit the docking computer. Oh look, camera mode, and it grinds my gears that when it lands, it's like you're putting a model on the shelf. There's no, they've got the suspension hydraulic things there, but there's no suspension. It doesn't go and bounce a little bit. It just literally puts the model on the floor. I'm like, how difficult would it be to just have an animation? And I mean, even if it was just a animation and it didn't care about gravity or how hard you hit, it was just a fixed compression and then back.
Yeah,
that would be so much better. But no, we'll have on the new Corvette, it's got those grindy things that go around in your thrusters. Yeah, how often are you going to look at that?
Yeah, that's definitely, you know, that's another one of those things that, like, it's a nitpick thing. You know, like the camera mode in Elite is so fucking frustrating to use, especially coming from Star Citizen 2 here. It was very, very annoying to get used to.
Yeah.
Where in Star Citizen it's very, very simple, and like you can actually fly in it, which is a major part for me.
All right, well that's knowledge you have that I didn't. I thought the camera mode was quite good. Although I have I don't do it anymore, but when I first started doing bio, I used to stick the camera below the nose of the ship and then fly like that, so I could have a bit more of a look around. And I've not got privilege goggles, so at least I have a bigger view.
So like,
I can't look left and right.
The thing that like gets me with Elite versus Star Citizen, right? So like, let's say I do what you're talking about. Oh my god. Let's say I'm like flying bio or whatever, and I stick the camera under the nose, and then like for whatever reason I need to take the camera back to the cockpit to like look at something or whatever, and then I go back to third person. It's resetting, right? Like I have to readjust it all over again. Yeah, and that's one of the biggest things with Star Citizen is wherever you left that fucking camera, when you go back to it, it's there. And they also have camera presets, so like you can literally like bind a viewpoint that you want to save, and then like you can toggle between them all as you know, whatever one you want to look at. And it's so frustrating that Elite never did anything like that. Like every year that I come back to Elite, I'm like, oh man, I hope they fucking change the fucking camera, because you know, like the game's beautiful, and like especially externally, like you start getting the sound like going from external view, which I feel like sounds better, has more like reverb, and like you get all the echoing and shit, and like it sounds fucking great, but like I'm never going to be in third person because it's so fucking tedious to use it.
Yeah,
I mean I do use it, but like I don't like, you know, I'm not like flying around in it necessarily.
I mean the game's in a much better place than it was 2 years ago.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But at that time I would be like grinding the teeth and I would go, right, okay, we all have to put the preface that this is the best game out there of this genre, but oh my word, you know, the things wrong with so I would say, right, I loved Freelancer. I have a sense of nostalgia for Freelancer. I had no sense of nostalgia, and I said, like, you know, the second there's a game that is better than Elite, we will all, the minute it's at the price point we can afford, we'll just jump and not look back. There'll be no sense of nostalgia for Elite. I think they've recovered that a bit, but you never get a chance to make a second chance to make a first impression, do you? So
I think that was one of the hard things about Odyssey, is when it came out, it fucking fell on its fucking face. Yeah, and then like it literally just seemed like Frontier was like, well, that sucked, and just walked away from Elite and left it on life support for like fucking what, 2-3 years. And it's like,
Yeah,
fuck,
absolutely.
man. What are you doing? Like, yeah, okay, it was fucked, but like, go back to the drawing board, circle up the wagons, and fucking look how to fix it. Like, take some feedback, improve it, whatever. Like, it's insane that you're leaving what is, at its core and bones, the most competent space sim out there just to die. Like, what are you doing right now? You own the market if you fucking actually put the effort in to fucking do it. Like, Star Citizen, the only thing it has is it's pretty. That's literally all Star Citizen has, is that it's pretty.
Yeah.
And even now,
Well,
like, the game is aging more and more. Like, its graphics aren't necessarily, like, standout anymore. So, like,
No.
just make a leak.
I think we should have a sweepstake as to how many of the stars of that video we did that doesn't look very good now with all the actors. I think we should have a sweepstake on how many of them will be dead before the game is released.
Oh yeah, Gary Oldman's he's at threat right there.
But you see that I mean, you have to give it to
Mark
Chris
Hamill
Roberts.
too.
He did make awesome awesome ship advertisement YouTube videos in the style of Jeremy Clarkson.
Oh yeah,
back in the days when Top Gear, before Top Gear became a children's thing. That's another topic. So Top Gear used to be a magazine motoring program, and Jeremy Clarkson had his 10 well, his 5-minute segment, which was just as entertaining as only Jeremy Clarkson can be. But then the next guy was an expert on second-hand cars. Another guy would be, you had Tiff Liddell, who was the expert race car driver. So it was more of a magazine program. So when it went to young adolescents, I really hated. They kept the name, but it was a completely different program with Jeremy Clarkson and his two acolytes. I absolutely hated it. But yeah, those videos were absolutely superb. But now you look back on those marketing videos for Squadron 42, those, it's not very impressive, is it?
Yeah, it's definitely aging for sure. And that's the thing too, is you go back and like look at not even necessarily like ship advertisements, but like, even when they're doing like videos that are supposed to be for like the upcoming milestone of like the next major patch or whatever, and like they're just so fucking fake, and like it really tells now because you go back and look at old ones that were like showing off shit that was supposed to be coming soon, and like none of it is in game, and you're like, okay Chris.
Well, I tell you what does it for me. I know we had the whole saga of the game engine, but whatever he started with on day one, whatever he built on the bestest computer on the planet is now very old, clunky. So actually, there can't be hardly anything in that game that's more than 5 years old.
Yeah.
So he's permanently reinventing the wheel.
Right. That's kind of the problem, is that their whole thing is that they're marketing like a futuristic game, like a quadruple A game, as they've mentioned in the past. They're touting that and marketing it as that. But the problem is the game is taking so long to create that they're always going to be playing catch up to try and sell people on that quadruple A standard, and it's just never going to work.
Yeah, they constantly have to refresh
everything.
everything.
Started it 10 years ago. If you need a very high-end PC to play it now, you know that they didn't have the high-end PC to design it on. So I'm like, yeah, there's something very, very, very wrong there.
I'll be right back 1 second. I'm gonna put some more coffee on.
Yep.
Oh, yes, please. Milk 1 sugar, please. So that's a lot of griping. So things we love.
We'll be covering into that in Star Citizen, that's for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm quite. Although I get them late, as I say, I've got no. In fact, see, I didn't get as bad an experience with Odyssey when it launched as most people, because I'm not moneybags, so I was going to buy it when it was affordable to me. And a very, very kind and generous person who I won't embarrass by naming bought me it, updated it for me, and I was doubly embarrassed because I saw what he paid. He paid European prices, whereas if he'd have sent me the money, I could have paid Malaysia prices.
Oh no.
But I kind of played Odyssey. I just kept playing Horizons, but in Odyssey. So I was like, ugh, that doesn't look much fun. So I didn't do any. I did hardly anything with settlements or anything for years. And then, like I said, I got to the point where I was just, I don't fancy doing that anymore. Okay, we'll try. I mean, I had zero interest in plant life, and I thought I'd try it out, and I quite enjoyed it. So I'm working my way towards elite now. I'm in the last rank. So you never know what you're going to enjoy, do you?
Yep, definitely true.
But it probably helped that my first impression was after the game was a few years into it.
Well, it's one of those things that I've never understood. Like, people are like, oh yeah, Elite is like a mile wide and an inch deep, but Star Citizen is, you know, a puddle, but it's a mile deep. It's so in depth, and it's like, dude, what the fuck are you smoking? Like, that analogy doesn't fit Elite, and it fucking sure as fuck doesn't fit Star Citizen.
Well, when Chris Roberts called it Star Citizen, I didn't think he meant literally a single star.
Yeah, that's true.
Hey, they've got 2 now, okay?
Is it actually out? Can you actually go to the
Yeah, Pyro's out now. Yep.
Wow.
Not that it matters. It's essentially just, you know, the same as Crusader, but different. Because, you know, they scrapped all the, like, crazy shit that was supposed to be Pyro.
I think he's trolling. He called the second system Pyro because the game's on fire. I think he's trolling. He's going, it doesn't matter what I do. My worshippers will always be there for me.
That's true.
Yeah, the system that was supposed to be like the super dangerous, dark in the depths, you know, kind of like all the stations are ruined. It just turned into a Stanton 2.0. That's pretty much all it is. They got rid of the star.
Yep.
What was it? It's supposed to be a red dwarf, was it?
Something, but it was supposed to have like solar flares that would like go across the entire system and shit, and like it was supposed to be a big scary big deal. Like they made such a big deal about talking about like the star and Pyro, and then it's just a star. Fucking the planets and moons were supposed to be like lava formed and shit because of their proximity to the star and whatever else. Got rid of all of that. They're just, you know, planets, and it's like, okay, cool. Like, and the thing that like really bothers me more than anything about all that bullshit, though, like, not the fact that they changed it because they're incompetent. I mean, everybody saw that coming, but that they said it was like this and like it was done back in 2018, and then it comes out in like 2024, and none of it.
Wasn't that the phrase that they were polishing?
Yeah. Yep. It's always it's done, but being polished to Chris's standard.
I forget what year it was.
It was 2018 or 2019 for sure.
Yeah, so that one video where they took the Carrack, they went through the warp tunnel, and they came out, and it actually looked like what Pyro was advertised as. You know, you saw like the asteroids and the star, and so it's like, okay, and they basically said that was almost done, right? They were like, it's coming really soon. Yep. And, you know, fast forward however many years, and it looks nothing like what they showcased.
Yep.
Yeah, you can use the in-game footage.
Right. Yeah. So
well, that's the thing is every Citizen Con is a fake demo. Like it's all 100% levels that they design a small little sandbox to demo their dream in, and then they lie at Citizen Con and tell people like, "Yep, this is almost done, guys. We're gonna get it out to you soon," and the fucking fans just eat that shit up every fucking year. It's insane. I don't get it
because everybody must know that they have got a dedicated, absolute quick-pop server stuck on the back of that single computer.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And it still falls down.
Yeah, that's 100% valid.
It's got one game playing on the entire server.
Yep.
And it still goes earned crash.
Yep.
Like, what? How is that even possible?
Yep.
Even the Squadron 42 demo that was single player was crashing several times, I believe, if I remember correctly.
I mean, you know that PC is like the best that money can't buy.
Oh yeah.
Oh
And
yeah.
they're playing it on, and with a dedicated server, and it still falls over. Come on.
And then you get Chris Robert. Like inevitably every year, it's like it's almost humorous at this point because it's like you could take the same thing he was saying like 10 years ago and repeat it every year, and that's basically what he says. Where he's just like, it was working before.
Yeah. Yep. Every fucking
When you weren't
year.
watching. Yeah.
Yep.
We're doing it live. It's live, guys.
Yeah.
Honest, I can paste together the 30-second clips from the last playthrough, from the last 50 playthroughs to make it look as though it went smooth. I'm surprised nobody's come out with the meat. When's the... What year is this game set in?
Yeah. 29. What? 45 now.
I'm surprised nobody's come out with a meat
Yeah, I think so.
that it's releasing in that year.
Oh,
It'll be
it's been done.
like-
It's been done for sure. That meme is 100% been done.
I tell you what, one of the gripes I have with, so you can be too dedicated to the a narrative. So one of the things that pisses me off with Elite, it says, I think it's 3308. You're like, come on guys, why not make it 3325? And then when
Yeah,
people
then
are
the years
talking about
match.
lore and
Yeah.
things in the back. And it all goes back to the original game, and they were always set in the year 2000 or in the year, you know, weren't they? All the games in the 80s, they were all, in the year 2000, in the year 20, you know, they were all round numbers that didn't match what actually the year was.
Yeah. Yep.
And they could have fixed that, you know. I mean, how many people have been playing Elite since 1986 and go, no, I want my years to match? I mean, come on. I mean, I had a Commodore 64 with the tape you had to rewind because it didn't quite catch squeaking at you, competing with the cats outside. I had Elite in black and white, and then I got an Atari 520 SP, and I had Elite 1, but the panels were coloured in, fantastic. And on an A drive, that was great. And I had a joystick as well. End of the days. But I never had Elite 2. Did you have Elite 2?
Nope. Dangerous is the first one I played.
Yeah.
Yeah, me as well.
Okay, well I had Elite back in the day, and I tell you what, you had to buy the docking computer, and that slot was narrow, mate. You were sweating bullets every time you arrived. Am I going to lose my card? The amount of times I got crumped trying to get through that slot. Because everyone keeps banging on about this Panther Clipper, and I've never seen the Panther Clipper. I think it was in Elite 2. So you got the guys with round glasses and the goatee beard and a ponytail. I'm getting quite excited. But I am of an age, but I'm just not quite so into it. I moved on from Elite to Descent, so that was quite good for a brief minute.
I'm gonna jump over to the carrier, Vaughn, and switch to the Corsair.
Okay, sounds good. I'll start making my
Oh,
way over there.
you hypocrite, you awful man! You were talking about people buying to win, and you've got a Corsair.
It doesn't come pre-engineered. Thank you very much.
No, you probably deal with it. I'm only teaching, mate. As I say, I don't mind. Guys in my squadron have got them, and I go, yeah, I'll get it in. No, I'll tell you what did hack me off though, was that they said 90 days, and then the Type 8 did not arrive 90 days. And nor did the, like, come on, give us a, and nor did the Cobra Mark 5 didn't arrive on that, you know.
Yeah.
Well, here's my thing: is that so if selling ships means that we're going to get quarterly patches and new ships every quarter, if this means that Elite is going to be revived by selling ships, I have no problem with it. But it is the engineering thing, like selling the engineered ships, that I feel like crosses the line a little bit.
That's your line. Yeah.
But as far as like,
I'm not too upset. Yeah, go on. I've been talking since.
no, that's okay. I was pretty much finished. But I mean, if selling ships means that Elite Dangerous is going to continue to get funding and continue to get priority development, then, I think it's a good thing.
Yeah, that's how I feel about it.
As long
So
as it's
I
fair and
paid
balanced, yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I bought, when it was 2 packages, I got a super duper deal where it was £16 for Horizons, Elite Dangerous package with Elite Horizons. And I did waste £1.99 on the paint jobs and shit on everything. Not very good paint jobs at that starter pack. But I've had my money's worth. A friend of mine was kind enough to buy me Odyssey, as I say, which is very, very kind of me, although I would have bought it by now myself. So yeah, I do see it that they're keeping the lights on. So, and they have done a lot. Although it wasn't, I was starting to get pissed off that everything was about bargains, which is not my thing at all.
Yeah, I've never done it at all.
Yeah, me neither.
All this effort on Thargoids, what about the rest of it? I think Thargoids is quite niche, probably very vocal. I mean, a mate of mine likes it, it's not my cup of tea. I can turn up and kind of barely hang in there, but it's like, oh yeah, it's a dance, you have to remember that the first time it does this, and then the second time it does that, and then...
Ship scanners show
I don't want
9
to learn
stellar objects here.
pattern of running away and running back in.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the...
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm not huge into combat anyways. Like, I'll do it, but like, I would far rather like new exploration tools and things of that nature, just new points of interest and
Atmospheric
that
planets.
kind of thing. Atmospheric planets, absolutely.
Yeah, I didn't begrudge them having it. I did begrudge that it was all included, and I actually didn't like that they brought it into the bubble, and that there were certain ships that, I mean, it was quite nice, especially with newbies, so you wouldn't tell them, and you just wait for them to have that jump scare where they met a Thargoid that just turned all the power off and scanned them, and what was that?
Yeah.
But now it's like, yeah, the bugger will kill you. It was like, no, come on.
Oh, really?
They've all been down in Atherope.
The primary star is the only body in the
Yes,
system.
they were really hyper aggressive, and they were just if you had
no.
anything on board your ship that was Guardian, i.e. the Guardian frameshift drive booster, that would stop working. But it's only in certain places, but you have to know where they are. And once again, that's going down the rabbit hole. I didn't want to know where they were. I just wanted to fly about, minding my own business and minding my own business.
Shit.
But
Yeah,
yeah,
I
they
didn't
brought it
know
in the
that.
bubble. Yeah, which I really did not appreciate. Although I did go... See, again, sometimes you try things out and then you go, oh, actually, that's not bad. So I did do the Titan bombing, so I've got a badge for all the Titans. I killed everyone. Well, I didn't kill everyone. I took part in killing every one of the Titans. And that wasn't too bad. Although they were kind of spaced to the point where I semi had to learn it every time. But that was okay. And then as we've got the super duper cruising systems, that's a game changer. When you're doing high grade emissions and it's it's full of stars, that's a game changer. And the extra jump range is just nice. But I would go, when I did a search, I would go, if it's more than 2,500 light seconds out, I'm just not interested. And I would do that for looking for bio as well. I would limit it to that. So it's really opened that up. So yeah, they've thrown a fish to the rest of us. But yeah, I was getting very frustrated that everything was Thargoids.
Yeah, I guess for me, I don't notice it as much because usually there's such a big break between me playing Elite. So like all the Thargoid drama, like I remember seeing like emails about it, like them advertising it, but I never played it when like all the Thargoid invasion shit was happening.
Yeah, it wasn't my cup of tea. I kind of tried I made an I would spend more time building the ships than actually doing the activity. So I did build an Anaconda that was specialised for fighting Thargoids above the settlement, because then they couldn't that flying flak thing that they threw out, they couldn't do that above settlement, so you weren't getting smashed in the face like that. And you could kind of fly up, have a bit of a bladder, take one heart out, drop down to the settlement, repair, and then because the instance was saved, You can then come back out, so you can kind of chip away at it. But it was starting to be, it was work rather than.
The system's primary
Fun.
star is not
Yeah.
suitable. Your fuel is at 65%.
So I did it a couple of times
This
and
region is under the
successfully,
influence of
but I
a
never got
power
to the point
load.
where I was like, hey, yeah,
Your
let's
ship
go
is too
do.
large to land at a facility in this system.
And
Scans
they would
indicate
change things
that
in the
there are
game,
3
so
stellar
that was
objects
massively
here.
frustrating. So the bird put out a video and said, right, okay, if you're a bit scared about these Thargoids, this is how you can just dip your toe in the water at settlements. If you come here with a grenade launcher only to whatever grade he said, you can one shot, one kill these enhanced scavengers. That gives you a really good mercenary rank, and you can pick up their bits, because it's like chicken and egg. You had to engineer your ship to be able to cope with the environment, but you needed the Thargoid bits and pieces to do that engineering with. So it was like, okay, this is how you can do. So I was like, oh, okay then. So I got my rocket launcher and I went there, and there was this dirty great Banshee there that had been put in the game the week before. Well, no, I went there, and then the engineering that he said was adequate wasn't.
Oh no.
I'm not blaming him. I suspect at time of making it was perfect.
Mhm.
So I went back and engineered it to grade 5. Went back, and this dirty great Banshee was there that was all but unkillable. I mean, you see videos of people killing it with a pop gun, as you normally do. You know, the overachievers.
Mhm.
But for the average guy running into this thing for the first time was just like, yeah. So yeah, they just, every time you tried to dabble your toe in it, they would just go, oh, and we've added this. You're like, man, you know, you just keep pulling up the you just keep pulling up the ladder every time. That happened to me numerous times where I did I give it a go, and I did to the latest advice, and I would turn up with it, and did we not tell you that's not any good anymore?
Yeah, that hurts.
You know,
You have been cleared for approach.
I'm all
You're
for
free
the
to
whole
relax.
Thargoid
Your
thing,
docking
as long as it
computer
doesn't
is in
interfere
control.
with, like, implementing things that are related to quality of life or things that have been, like, needed in the game for a very long time. You know, my fear is that it's a focus point for them to do Thargoids and not the other things.
Mm.
Yeah, it really was. I mean, you could see the work they were putting into it, but it really was a, yeah, what about the rest of us that don't do this? Just nothing for us, and that was starting to really piss me off.
Which, I mean, you know,
but
I think
beyond that, though.
I think the whole, you know, aliens thing is really cool. But again, you know, not at the sacrifice of things that have been needed to be implemented in the game for a long time. And so long as the Thargoids don't interfere with, like, players who don't want to engage in that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
If it was all down in Astrope, and yeah, now and again you drift into there by accident, but oh, that was an experience. But
Hey, Dirt, how's it going, man?
it's not too far away, you know. You're not having to trek halfway across the galaxy to get there. It's just down there, but it's far enough away that when I point in any direction, the chances of me hitting that bubble are reasonably remote. That would be cool, and I wouldn't begrudge that for anybody. So
will
they should
say
just
that-
do all of that down in Astrope area.
I will say, though, that that initial Thargoid interdiction contact without Elite telling anybody, or FDev rather telling anybody, that was one of the coolest things I've seen in gaming.
Absolutely, it
That
was.
so
Absolutely.
cool.
And as I say, I would never tell newbies about it. I would even take them, if they got that far and they were interested, I would even take them to the Meta farming place, and I wouldn't tell them that they're going to get picked up in the air by this Thargoid. They're just, you know, there you go. Oh, that was the thing. You know what? You know, that is a spoiler. That there's not much in the game that is like that.
Yeah.
Oh, I tell you what's a bit pissing me off as well. Well, not much because I don't do it. But there's only a few set pieces in the game. So one of them is the Thargoid star map, and it's quite nice to take people there. And I have the bits and pieces. I've got
Are you forgetting
pieces
the
to
limits?
get in the door.
Should I cancel the
Star map
limits?
off. And every time I take a wing there, it's always 100% of the time glitched.
Oh, no.
Every single time. So it's not a good experience, you know. The first time I did it was not a good experience. I went with a couple of mates, and it was the first time for all of us. and I had the stuff. We didn't land in the centre where you can. We landed away to go in, and then it was just burning a hole in my SRV. One of my mates is like, "Oh, this is awesome! Yeah, can we get there, guys? I'm not having it all left." And then we got in, and I tripped a scavenger and it attacked me. They're like, "Shall we help you?" I went, "No, don't, because then they'll aggressive to you. I'll take my lumps." And then I came back into the instance, but it wasn't right. So they were seeing the holograms and I wasn't. So I'm going, "What hologram? I can't see anything." So that was really frustrating. And it never got much better from there. When I take people, there's always one person that can't see everything. Yeah, they need to fix that. When you go to the crashed anaconda in a rare as well, there's unmarked hit boxes as well. I've never noticed it happen when I'm by myself, but if there's two of you in a wing, I've noticed that suddenly they'll be flying up into the air. Oh, what happened there?
Powerplay alignment hostile.
And again, somewhere where people go all the time, that really shouldn't happen.
Yeah.
The closest landable station is 5,000.
I mean, it's one of those things that, you know, Elite is kind of as guilty as CIG with Star Citizen, where like there are very well-known bug issues that Elites have that have been there for years and they're still not fixed, and it's like, guys, come on.
Yeah, moved on. Well, they kind of revisited, so like I would get new players, oh, what's this rare good? So I like, forget that, it's a relic of the past. They brought that back into the game.
There is one jump left in your route.
I mean, they've made leaps and bounds in the past couple of years, but there's a bad sign. So your man that everybody liked is leaving, and on the cusp of him leaving, the customer relations guy, they manufactured scarcity of certain paint jobs that were ludicrously expensive compared with the other polygons anyway. They've gone, they said, right, we'll put them there, we won't take them away again. And now they've just gone, okay, that chrome paint job you all love, we're going to take it out again. It's like, what are you doing? You're just burning goodwill.
Yeah.
For no reason. It should all be available. If I went, I don't know whether it's modern day politics, but the Viper Mark III used to have all the nation's flags. And I did think, you know what, it would be nice to have an Austin Powers Viper Mark III. The flag being on it. And they're all gone.
That sucks.
I mean, I was going to start shouting at pirates, do I'll make you horny, baby, and they just took it away from me.
Light seconds away. Long range signals.
But other than that, it's a fantastic game.
Yeah, we talk about it a lot. Like, Elite has such a good foundation that, you know, if they really truly want to focus on this game, like, hopefully, fingers crossed, with like the quarterly patches that we're starting to see now, they're starting to realize Elite's potential. But it has so much potential because how good the foundation of the simulation is. So hopefully they keep going with that.
Yeah, fingers crossed. I mean, there was. I mean, we really were in the dark ages a couple of years ago. People were talking about turning the servers off, weren't they? Not very long back.
Yeah.
Like, oh, this is a dead game walking.
Yep.
It was starting to seem that way. I
Yeah.
didn't think they would recover.
Yeah, Yamex was talking about how they're going to release the stuff so that either other people, generous
Can
people,
emulate
put
it.
servers up, or
Yeah.
you could, or you could just have it as a single player game. But yeah, that's all turned around now. So
Yeah, so
take the win when it arrives.
Yeah.
There's no thought of that happening for the near future, is there?
I sure hope not, because there's not much else out there.
Yeah, I mean, if Elite ever goes down, I mean, that's basically it for me as far as like space sims. I don't know what else I would play that matches Elite's attempt at realism.
Mhm.
Like, you could say, you know, there's like No Man's Sky and all those games, but those aren't space simulators,
yeah,
you
it's
know?
definitely
They're
No.
space games, not space sims.
Yeah.
Yes.
As
I mean,
far
I
as
might
space
try it.
sims go,
You can apply that color palette to take it to make it less cartoony, can't you? So at a push I might try doing that if ever it happens, but I think we're a way away now. Right guys, I've put off vacuuming as long as I can. If it bleeds through, let me know and I'll mute my mic when I'm not talking at all. So the vacuum's on, can you hear it?
It's a little distorted, I think, maybe. Hold on, say it again.
Just a little bit. It's nothing bad. It's nothing bad.
Okay,
Yeah, I can't hear the vacuum, it's just you. Yeah. No, you're
and
good.
I'll just keep hitting the mute button when I'm, and the rare times when I'm not talking.
No, you're good. It's not bad. Like, you can't hear the vacuum, it's just distorting your voice a little bit, because I think it's trying to noise cancel. I mean, that's... yeah.
It's morning for me, I'm doing my weekly chores.
It's late night drinking time for me, so
Yeah,
I'm not doing
that's,
chores.
I'm holding a beer as we speak.
Yeah, the coffee is very much not coffee for me anymore, so the stream should start getting more and more inappropriate as we go.
Yeah, this is the, gosh, if you've never been in an FTR stream, it gets more and more ludicrous as the night goes on. And then at some random point, you never really know when it's coming, everything goes silent. And that's how you know Failure has fallen asleep at his computer.
Fake news.
And his ship may or may not crash into something at some ungiven point.
All lies.
I thought that was the sound of the ship rumbling. It was a story.
I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, can I get it? Yep. Fuck you, buddy.
Weto says console shutdown. Did they shut down Elite on console? Is that a thing?
No, I think he was talking about
no,
like it was
it's not gone,
what they were afraid of.
Oh, you go ahead. You go ahead.
Oh no. Yeah. You're right. You're right. They stopped updating it, right? Like it's stuck on Horizons or some shit. So like I think Odyssey is only on PC now, right?
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Odyssey was only on PC, but did they like shut down the game on console, or is it just stuck in a non-update?
It's right. I'll tell you exactly what happened, and I'm surprised the market, although it probably been far too cynical. So what they did was they confused everybody with going Horizons 4.0, Horizons 4.2, but basically what they did was they gave you a second copy of the game that split off at that point. Well, for a while they ran in tandem, and then they went, right, we're killing this now. So if you're on console, you are still in Elite Dangerous, Elite Horizons. So you're there, but the background simulation, you are literally in a parallel universe or parallel galaxy, so that is slowly diverging. So if you use Inara now, if you're in a console, it's probably mildly helpful and getting less so every week. So that's just there with no updates. Now, because I've got a Horizons account, I can tell you what happened with that. So with my Horizons account, I get the same GUI as in Odyssey, and I have actually got access to the Scorpion, which is good because it was supposed to come out in Horizons. I was surprised to find I could buy SCO drives for my frameshift drives, which is really cool, but I can't buy any of the new ships, so the new ships are Odyssey only, which is fair enough. So what you actually have is you've actually got 2 copies of the game. So you've got what was Horizons 4.0 is like you used to do farming of raw material in different things because it was easier to find. So like out of the trees in we'll just call it Old Horizons, you had the bio-geo sites, and you could go, oh yeah, I remember Geo 3 was the best place to go on this planet, and you could go in there. But now that is a different copy of the game, and what happens in each version stays there. So you can't go and farm material in one and then expect to see it in the other. So you've actually got 2 copies of the game that split at that point. So there you go. So console is Horizons. I don't believe they get any community goals. Their background simulation still works, but it's doing its thing, and the butterfly flapped its wings and off they go. So that's them. Normal Horizons in a PC is got the SCO drives, got the Scorpion. Community goals all works, but if I go into what they now call Horizons Legacy, that's basically a separate account. So I've effectively, in fact, I tell you what you could do if you're a cheap guy like I am, is I could reset that Legacy account and go from a Sidewinder for fun, and it wouldn't affect my other game. And that's another thing that pissed me off at Elite, is that you don't have multiple saves, so you can just do that now and again for fun.
Mm-hmm.
You have to buy a second account, or you're stuck with it. Did I adequately explain that, or did I leave people confused?
I think it makes
Yes.
sense.
Yeah, so you've got 2 copies of the same game. So if you went into Legacy now, you would find that whatever you were doing at that time, that's where your ship is, and all your assets are frozen at that time. And if you come but if you like, so if I'm in my other account, I tell guys just going into the start panel, come in Horizons mode. So if guys are out the Guardians and I know they're going to be there a while, and I want to do stuff in the bubble, I'll go right. You know what? When I'm with you there, just use the Horizons. So I send my Horizons guy out there to meet them, and then they just do it in Horizons. But it's all still there when they come back in Odyssey, because that is that game.
Oh my goodness, it's Archer.
I don't believe you.
The Noble Archer has arrived.
We thought you were gone for the night.
I did fall asleep. I'm sorry.
You motherfucking traitor.
I'm old. Come on.
Motherfucker.
Why did the game close? It shouldn't have closed, should it?
Maybe you did it in your sleep.
Did you fall asleep at your chair?
I did.
It's the worst. You always wake up miserable.
Yeah, my back is kind of saying, please stop.
Hopefully this doesn't foresee what's going to happen in stream later tonight.
I don't know what you're talking
Everyone
about.
asleep at their chairs.
I would never do that.
Yeah.
Are you drinking?
We're both drinking.
Okay. Me too, I'm drinking tea.
I tell you one thing that does annoy me with Elite, and I might actually be barking at the wind and there might be a way, but when you buy something with arcs, I bought that. This human being bought that. But in the game, you buy it with that account, and then if you want it again in another account, you have to go and buy it all over again in that account. That's very naughty. I should be able to declare that I own both of those accounts and get both of those purchased items
Wait,
in
are
both
you still
accounts.
talking about Elite?
Well, of course,
Oh. Okay. I thought you were
but you
talking
can
about
change the
something-
subject, because I think I'm probably a bit burned out on it. It's Failure's stream.
I need to
Hey
ask.
Archer, segue.
Sorry, what?
Segue into another topic.
Oh, wait, my brain is still waking up. Hold on. So, William, right? Is that
Yeah, my friend. Yes.
is that your friend you were talking about, Vaughn? That you convinced
No.
to play Elite? Oh. I'm just curious. How did you meet someone that speaks proper English?
I speak the King's English.
Here we go.
I used to speak the Queen's English, but now I speak the King's English.
I see what you did
I
there.
speak proper, right? Does.
Oh, fuck.
There's nothing worse than teaching English as a foreign language, but I live in Malaysia, so I was reading a Straits Time article on speaking English, and you just learn how to speak, don't you, as a kid? It's just osmosis. And they were talking about rules that I'm like, well, I obviously do that, but I have no idea what you're talking about. But my wife, she speaks sometimes American English, which is a
Oh, I'm
bit.
sorry.
So I keep having to tell her it's a lift. It's not an elevator.
Wait. Does she say aluminum instead of aluminium?
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know. Oh, you've got me going now. I don't even know how you get there. If you just read it as it's spelt, which normally you guys are excellent at. So I kind of get that you say Edinburgh instead of Edinburgh. Scarborough. I get it. I completely get it. So having followed that rule, I really don't know how you get to aluminum.
Just lazy.
We'll have to agree to disagree.
But they have a thing here that, and maybe it's because nobody ever had a car. So, and it's right across people in the Philippines, Malaysia, Brunei. They all stay. So you would say if we were walking, and I go, I know the way. You go, okay, I'll follow you. But they say that when it's a car. And I'm like, what, have you got your own car? And I'm like, huh? They go, oh, I'll come with. And I'm like, no.
Oh.
Sorry, they'll go, I'll follow you. And I'm like, no, it's I'll come with you.
Wait, what's this? Oh shit, you're streaming? I didn't know.
Oh, great. That's scary.
Wow, I could have said something I shouldn't have said, you know?
No, you never do that.
Basuki.
Well, you know what? I mean, you should expect that from me, so you should have warned me.
I didn't realize you were going to zombify yourself back into voice chat. Sorry, Archer. I'll remember to warn you next time.
Yeah, you do that.
All right, deal.
But other than that, my wife is educated now, so she calls crisps and not chips, and she calls chips and not fries.
Good
And
lord.
she calls cookies biscuits,
You do
like
not have
a
any
God-fearing
limits.
person should.
Should I cancel the launch sequence?
No. She was
I've even
clearly
taught
never
her.
one of us then.
And I've even taught her how to make parking. Yorkshire parking. It's the thing is, you only get to taste it perfect once in your entire life, because it ages. So you should leave it for 3 days. So the first time you follow the recipe, hopefully get it right and make it, then you leave it for 3 days. But it's so nice that the next time you make it, it never lasts 3 days. It's gone. No, just check you made it okay. And then, oh, it's all gone. Still haven't quite worked out what you mean by gravy and biscuits. I understand it's some kind of dumpling, but I still don't. I've seen it on the plate.
It's
and I'm
a
like,
biscuit
it's not
with
good."
gravy.
Control
Yeah.
zone now exceeded. We hope you have a safe and fruitful journey.
You put the gravy on it?
Yes. Yeah, you get a biscuit and then you put like a gravy with like sausage in the gravy on top of the biscuit. I'm not even going to defend that. You know what? Whatever. That's more of a southern thing than up here, so I don't really care. I'm not fighting their battles.
Scanning now.
But you should say gravy correctly. Gravy.
Yeah, gravy. That's what I said.
Oh,
Aluminum. That's what I said.
Is at 86%
with my
There
aluminum.
remain another 6 jumps.
And I'm going out to repair the car with a wrench.
Yeah.
Opposing power. Be on your guard.
Although I kind of
Scans
get that you
indicate that there are
wrench
3
it
stellar
around.
objects
It's a
here.
spanner, mate.
No unknown astronomical objects remain.
Yeah, it's interesting seeing what travelled across the water and what didn't. So you don't like if you're called Smith, then you would be called Snitch. And none of that ever crossed. People being if the last name was Bell, they'd be called Dinger.
Huh.
Dinger Bell.
That's funny.
Or Nobby Clark. If your name was Clark, you'd mostly be called Nobby.
Yep, that's new to me.
Yeah, I've never heard any of it.
See, that's the language that you're choosing, Archer.
Your fuel is at 70%.
Just remember that
There
when
are
you're
another 5 jumps
trying to
go.
badger us.
System is
hate
controlled
choosing
by a
shit.
rival power. Potential hostile
Speak
response
Portuguese, not
expected.
English.
The closest landing station is 3,006 light seconds away.
I never knew how
Warning,
similar
there are
Portuguese
no
was to
restock
English.
depots in the system.
You speak
Scans
amazingly
identify
understandable
that there are
Portuguese.
15 stealth objects here.
There's one in the navy. I forgot what it is, but it's so if somebody's called this last surname, they're always called this, and it was and it wasn't like Dinger Bell or Smudge Smith, because if you're a smith, a smithy, a blacksmith, you'd have a smudge on your face, wouldn't you? With working at a forge. But it was like a really weird name, and I went, "Why is that?" And I went, "Well, I don't know either. Just is." I like all those little things, but not where they come from. And the origin sometimes disappears really quick. So the Navy say 26 heave, and they'll go, "Where's that come from?" And I go, "Oh, it was the gun number 2 and number 6 on the gun that pull it back," and that's bullshit. And apparently, it was the first occurrence of it being said was after the Second World War. So nobody knows. So everybody in the Navy, if they're yanking on something, they'll go 26 heave. But nobody knows where it comes from.
That's funny.
RAF Regiment was formed in 1942, and they're called Rock Apes, and nobody knows why.
The nearest landable station is
And they come out with bullshit about, "Oh yeah, they were at Gibraltar, and one of their jobs was feeding the apes." And no,
System
that's
data is
bullshit.
complete.
And then something was about some officer did something, and that was like, oh, it was like a rock ape. But yeah, RAF Regiment were called Rock Apes, and nobody knows why, and they weren't formed until 1942. So it's not as though it was back in 1664 and something happened. Like the Coldstream Guards, everybody hates the Grenadier Guards because they're first foot guards, but the Coldstream Guards are older and they're second foot guards. And the reason is because the Coldstream Guards, the Grenadier Guards went to exile with the King, and when the King came back to the UK, the Coldstream Guards, Coldstream's in Scotland, they're not a Scottish regiment, they're an English regiment, but they marched up to Coldstream to meet the King, and they laid down their arms before the King and took them up again, and that's the start of their history again. So Grenadier Guards became the oldest regiment. So they're first foot guards and Coldstream Guards are second foot guards. So everybody hates the Gren.
You have entered Empire space under the
Yeah,
control
it's actually kind of funny that we're talking about this right now, because I was just watching an episode of The
The
Skeptics
nearest
Guy.
landable station is
Hey Doodles, how's it going, man?
127 light seconds away.
We'll see how
Ship
back we are.
scanners show
I don't know
non-stellar
yet.
objects here.
We'll see. I definitely don't think we're gonna be Star Citizen back, but I might be streaming a little more here and there when I'm able to. It's a very hectic IRL for me the last year, and probably the next few years after this. But we'll see what all happens, and it really is gonna kind of just depend on like what catches my interest enough to motivate me to stream or make videos. I think the best you can expect for Star Citizen is going to be like the very rare, I mean like super rare occasion where I might make a video shit talking stuff CIG has been doing. So like I'm kind of kicking around the idea of putting in the time to actually make a video to talk about like all the fucking bullshit CIG has pulled in the last year. You know, ranging from like the studio shut down to, you know, heads leaving the company, Blades, fucking the Idris bullshit, you know, stuff like that. But I don't know for sure how, like, I don't want to say I'm committing to anything Star Citizen related, because as far as I'm concerned, in terms of like playing Star Citizen, I'm washed hands of that. The game is just such a fucking mess that I have zero interest of ever playing it again.
Or if that was just something that evolved locally and spread out. There's like a lot of different dynamic.
Remember, you've got different language influences, so you've got German areas and Swedish areas, and so their accent would come into it. I still get amazed when I hear Americans say it, and those little words that go, you're Canadian.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of, that's interesting too, like, and like the transatlantic accent thing that I talked about earlier, and it also sort of evolved from, a half British, half American accent, and that's kind of how the transatlantic accent started.
None of the accents are as old as they would purport to be. So that you got the Liverpudlians, Scousers. All right. That is only a couple of 100 years old. They just talk like normal people from Lancaster, and it was because it was a port. And in fact, Scouse is a Hansley Roth.
Yeah, for me, I mean, it's hard, because like when I got into Star Citizen, Elite and Star Citizen were both Kickstartering, and Elite just didn't capture me with like the way ships looked back then. Like all of their promotional material was the Sidewinder or the Cobra or whatever. I think it was all the Sidewinder back there on the Kickstarter page. And I was like, oh, that's ugly as fuck. I have no interest in playing that. When you like look over at Star Citizen's super fancy fucking concept art and all this other shit. So I went down the Star Citizen route, right? And I just got like so caught up in the idea of like somebody finally making a space game that seemed like the next evolution of essentially Star Wars Galaxies, right? So I was like really, really, really attached to that dream. And unfortunately it took me like 3-4 years to realize that Chris Roberts was just a snake oil selling fucking retard who had no idea what he actually wanted to do or what he was going to make or how to fucking get from point A to point A and a half, much less to B. But after realizing that like, oh, hey, this dude's a fucking idiot, I was kind of resigned to, okay, well, I still want this game, so I'm going to criticize it and hope that like that can gain traction and people will start speaking up against the cult and against all the dumb shit. And then fast forward another 3 years and I kind of started realizing like there's no stopping this train from hitting the fucking canyon it's gonna drive off of. And it just kind of like took the wind out of covering the game, right? Like the game was not fun, the game was not getting better, and the community, the active community, not necessarily the community, because there's tons of people outside of Star Citizen's bubble that are like, yeah, that project's fucked. But inside the Star Citizen development bubble, right? Like the community is just so hyper defensive, and like even when they know they're wrong, they'll double back around to try to defend Chris to feel like they're right. And it just kind of, you get to a point where you're like, what am I doing here? Right? Which is ironic and like hilarious to me. Like, man, I don't really want to get back into the Star Citizen scene so much as I want to like shit talk the absurdity of Star Citizen. But part of me really wants to make videos just to be like, hey, fuckfaces that used to be like, oh, Failure does this because he needs the money. He's doing it for the clickbait ad revenue. And it's like, dude, I literally walked away from the game for 3 fucking years. Like, I clearly was not in it for YouTube fame. Like, I've done nothing with the YouTube channel, essentially, since, 2022 or some shit like that. Like, I literally walked away, said, this is fucking dumb. Star Citizen was the channel, so like I'm done with Star Citizen. I let the channel go. And it's just really fucking hilarious to me that like the biggest counter, because they couldn't counter like what I was saying, so they would always like do attacks against me. And it was always like, oh, he's in it for the money. Criticism, hate videos make more than, fan videos, which is clearly true if you look at all the money I made versus Board Gamer. I really want to make videos to be like, oh, so it wasn't about the money, it wasn't about being YouTuber famous. So it's almost like I was actually pointing out what a shit game it is. I left you guys alone in your own little bubble for 3 years, and look, the game's a fucking giant pile of shit. It's not getting better. Chris is literally just lost as fuck, coming up with new ideas left, right, center, and trying to pull them all together, even though the pieces don't fucking fit. He's losing fucking different department heads. He's like, everything is just literally falling apart in Star Citizen. It's in slow motion, but it's happening. And it's like, man, I really want to just kind of like dip my toe back into the Star Citizen scene just enough to like dunk nuts on people and then let Star Citizen die.
But
I would, but
Bird?
this.
Oh.
No, as in BUT, as in I would, but on the other hand, they go, "Hey, but what?" I was with the Black Watch for a while, and I went. I said to the company commander, I said, "I'm off to lunch the new," and I went, "No, that's good Scottish." I'm like, "Fuck!" I said, "I'm off to lunch the new," as in I'm going now, and I couldn't believe I'd picked that speech pattern up. I said, "I'm off to lunch the new."
or like Nar. As in
I'm going to lunch now. Yeah, I'm off to lunch the new, and I went, "Oh shit!" And he went, "No, that's good."
System scan.
You know, I have a friend who's Canadian, but they say Nar instead of no. Like when they say no, when they say Nar, they mean no. Which I don't think that's. Isn't that Australian? Is that Australian? Nar?
Jurisdiction belongs
no,
to a
I
rival
don't think
power.
so.
Caution is advised.
They have that,
There are no
which
refueling
is kind of been picked up in
repair
California. They have that
facilities or restock depots in the
uprising
system.
intonation at the end
There
of
are
a
12
sentence, which
stellar
makes everything
objects.
sound like a question.
Uh-huh.
You're like, "Are you asking me or are you telling me?"
That's heavily an American thing too. It's like a lot of people phrase words or sentences rather as if it were questions. There's always like a sort of like a hyphenated end to it.
Yeah, especially with teenagers.
Yeah, for sure. And now I'll be self-conscious about doing that for the rest of the night because I feel like I do that sometimes.
Well, we all pick things up for us. I've said.
Fuel currently 43%. You are in space held by an opposing power.
Oh, and
Agents
whatnot.
may be present.
I've said a whatnot. That's a very American thing that I would never think to say. But now I say a whatnot. Somebody else as well.
Y'all is something
Oh,
that
no,
we say a lot.
I never picked that up from as much as I did watch Daisy Duke when I was a child. I never y'all.
I try to avoid it. All of my coworkers say y'all, so it's really easy to fall into that, and I try not to because I don't personally like it.
Although my favourite line in the Blues Brothers is, "What kind of music do you like?" "Oh, both kinds. Country and Western."
This is a lot better, Failure. I'm getting 58 merits per ton.
Okay.
If you want to farm, are you trying to farm merits?
Yeah.
Mhm.
I tell you what's really good merits is I'm not pausing for effect. I get brain farts because I'm of that age.
Me too.
Rare goods. So
Yeah,
if
that's
you go
what
through, you can work out a route that picks up loads of rare goods, and if you deliver them, particularly to acquiring systems, you get mega points. You should, for maximum profit, you should 150 light years away. In fact, I've just done out a route for my squadron last night actually, to go and pick up 4 locations, fly to another location and pick up. I don't know what it is for your power, but the version of Sirius franchise packages, which is but the one that's for acquiring, and then jump. You've got to be within 30 light years, I think it is, of that station for that to be effective, and then deliver there. And I did one run, so there was 4 stations, and then a skip at the end, and that got me 8,000 merits
Nice.
in one run. So that's pretty good farming. There's old information, so they took things out and put them back in again. So now you can do you can do bio now. They took that out for a while because people were earning so many merits. I don't know whether they have the merits down for exploration data as well. But what they've done is they've introduced that if you deliver to a reinforcing system, that they minus 35%, which is a bit. If you play devil's advocate, it's understandable. They'll go, yeah, well, it's a safer activity if you're doing it in a friendly system. one of my mates has gone absolutely loopy about it. It's furious. So if you, I mean, they should have just only done it with escape pods and said, well, you're picking them up in your own system. Although you could do hostile packs. But yeah, so they've nerfed that. But then you get a bonus the other way around. So in somebody else's system, you get a bit more. So there you go. There's a good way.
Yeah, we've been doing some rare goods. The first one gave us 13 merits per ton, and this new one that we have is 58 merits per ton, so it's quite a bit better.
What's your cargo capacity?
144.
Okay.
Yeah, I used a Type 8, so I was limited to 320. I managed to completely fill up. I managed to take all of the rare goods, and then I filled up on the franchise packages. My ship, so I could have done more. A friend of mine was recommending 350 tons, but I do it for fun, not for dramas.
Yeah, so
320 tons. I got 8,000 merits.
That's what we've been talking about, like privately off stream a lot. Astro, is that like they're clearly hurting for money between like the blades, the fucking new Idris fucking torpedo kit, fucking all the dumb shit that they've been doing for the last year and a half. The studio closed down that they blamed on like, oh yeah, we just want to consolidate for the big push. You know, they're clearly hemorrhaging money, and you know, you can just look at sales charts and like people are clearly like not spending what they used to. So I think Star Citizen's like basically slow bleeding.
Yeah, I saw a video, not from your good self, Failure, this month I think, and it was saying that the finances are not in good order. They look healthy, but if you follow the projection out, they're going to be in trouble next year.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I mean that's a real possibility that having raised that much money, they could go bust. Yeah, I really think somebody serious needs to go, and a forensic accountant needs to go there. But there's so much you can do legally, you know, even though it's really bad faith. You said, well, you know, I spent this. I mean, I had a guy, he set up a 3 million company, and when I looked at the book, what he'd done was, he set up the company for 3 million, he paid himself or his wife a consultancy fee of 50,000, and then he purchased all of his fleet of cars for the rest of the money, and there was actually no money in the company at all, but it was valued at 3 million.
That's
and that was all completely lawful.
Mm-hmm.
The funny fact is that
Yeah, you too, Doodles.
I did read the other day that the only developers that CIG had working on server meshing, they're gone.
Yeah, I saw that.
So what the fuck, dude? You know what'd be really fucking funny? All these senior devs that got fired or whatever, just join up. All those devs that made all this Jesus tech and stuff, made their own company and made a game like that with the tech that they developed for Star Citizen.
Join Frontier Developments.
I mean, that would be fun. That would be funny.
Pushing the frontiers in creative accountancy.
It's crazy, like, seeing, you know, like, the dude who made the flight model left fucking, 5 years ago or whatever. Tony Z's gone, fucking, God, what was it? I'm way too tired and drinking to remember the other dude's name, but the guy that used to be in charge of, like, was it Star Citizen or Squadron 42's overall development? He's gone. Fucking, now the dude who did server meshing's gone. But, like, every time, it's always, like, so, like, when the flight model guy left, they were like, oh, well, it's not a big deal, you know, like, this other person was, you know, taking over for him anyways, and, like, they're doing better, blah, blah. But now it's, like, server meshing, and, like, for so long, Chris and everybody at CIG has gone on and on about what a linchpin server meshing is. It's so fucking important to Squadron 42 and Star Citizen by extension, and blah, 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 blah. And I guarantee you, the fucking White Knight cocksuckers are gonna be like, oh, well, it's not that big of a deal, you know, like, the groundwork's there, so, like, somebody else can step in and just easily do it. And it's like, well, if it was so fucking easy, then how come, like, this one guy couldn't fucking do it for so many fucking years, but now you're saying, like, oh, hey, it's not gonna be a big deal, it's not gonna slow down development at all, we're good.
Well, they keep claiming that they invented things as well, or that they were really difficult, impossible. I mean, the Latvian Space Waifu said, oh, and there it is in Elite. They said they couldn't do it; it was impossible, and it's actually that feature's actually in Elite. So yeah, they're just plucking stuff out of their asses, aren't they?
Oh yeah. I mean, that's the thing too. Is absolutely what you're saying is like, CIG and Chris are always going on about how they're inventing this tech. Nobody else has done it, and like every single thing that they've like for over a decade, fucking led backers on like, oh yeah, this is a new thing that we're pioneering, and it's shit that's been in games for fucking decades. And for whatever reason, like the fanboys like never have the fucking transparency to see through that. Like, what? You guys don't? You can't fucking put two sticks together and fucking rub it around to get to fire? Like, what? How are you guys this fucking dumb?
I mean, we all know there's such a thing as the sunk cost fallacy, but I mean, how far can it go, for God's sake?
Yeah, it's just fucking crazy.
But now there's a new Jesus tech. It's
Um,
called Maelstrom.
Maelstrom.
Yeah.
I knew that wasn't gonna work from the day I saw it on that.
What's that? What's that? You like Resurrection? It's Resurrection Plus. Jesus tech.
Oh shoot! All right. Well,
I realised that there were blank faces all around there, and I was like, okay, I better drop this.
Well, that's a pretty good system then. If we can just bulk sell this and run it back and forth.
Yep. Yeah. Once you're ready, let me know. I'll plot back to Degree.
Yeah, I'm launching now. You can go ahead.
May I ask, at the risk of causing a fight, what power have you
The
selected?
only real power.
You mean 15% to the galaxy?
The great wife of the galaxy.
You just superficial dude. You went for looks, didn't you? I know Leon Yu's not a handsome fellow, even if you're inclined that way. But crikey, why would you want
We seem to be
15%
missing
to the
you.
galaxy?
Should I cancel the launch sequence?
No.
That's all right.
She's
Did you go for the
the only
blue-haired
true.
princess?
Of course. She's the only real option.
They need to make a few more avatars of her, don't they?
Yeah,
Preferably
at least. Yeah, if I would like a gif of her looking at me.
Have you seen this trick?
I need her showing her appreciation
Okay,
for
looking
Bridget.
alright. Yeah. With gravity turned on.
Yeah, some first descendant jiggle physics, please.
As George Lucas said, there are no bras in space.
That means those titties are timeless.
You are now leaving the control zone. Imperial Flight Operations Bureau wish you a safe onward journey.
Onward, parrot buddy.
Parrot friend.
Yeah, everybody's got it in for me. The aesthetics I like, when they do exist in real life, people that can afford to change, they do. I quite like the athletic figure. I prefer bees to things.
Yeah, no, I agree. Archer will very much disagree, but I prefer the closer to the chest build.
Yeah,
Archer likes appropriately watermelon-sized titties.
I like 46% capacity. There are
You oh my god! Every time I saw that AI like train engineer lady, I laughed.
Oh, that fucking avatar. Jesus
The
Christ.
beach, in the name.
Like the most Archer avatar ever.
It was 100%. It was like stereotypical Archer.
Oh god.
I was like, that matches exactly with Archer.
Yeah.
Like my hands.
That's not your hands full. That's like a wheelbarrow full.
Yeah, that's like an excavator bucket.
Details.
Those titties were so big, if she rolled over on you, it would knock you out.
Well, that's Frankenberg line, isn't it? I didn't make it for you. Oh dear, nobody got a reference to the Rocky Horror Picture Show. Crikey, it must be late at night.
I've never seen it. I'll
Have you not? Oh,
I'll out
dude.
myself.
4 jumps left in your route.
Oh, dude.
I,
Treat yourself. However, I have to warn you that it's
The closest landing
bear with it
station
until you
is
actually get to the castle. The
17,169
first couple of,
light
I'm not a
seconds
musical
away.
guy, so let's get
There are
that
2
right out
bodies
there.
in this
The
system.
first couple of tunes aren't really up to much, but once you get to, I think perhaps you better both come inside. From that point onwards, it's awesome, mate.
Yeah,
Just so cool.
I've seen it like when I'm browsing through shit a couple times. Like, man, this is one of those movies that like people talk about like all the fucking time, but not tonight. And then it just repeats.
Yeah.
Well, back in the day, when you had to set up a video recorder with cassettes, I was like, they used to have late night films on Channel 4, and I thought, I mean, I'm not into horror movies, I didn't know it was a musical or anything. I'll start my tape, and I'll just give it 20 minutes, because then I can just
You
leave
have
it
entered
there.
Empire Space under the control of
And ended up staying up all night. And then I went to work, and I went, I saw this film last night. You're a picture show. And then my manager was like, oh yeah, it's a musical, it's a stage thing. And yeah, I've been to that. And I was like, all right. And I talked to the people, and nobody else knew what the hell I was talking about. That was about 84, 85. And then it came out again when I was on my Panda course at Hereford. For my course there, it came out there, and it was like we were all singing the songs. In fact, It's Just a Jump to the Left was like a nappy song, along with I've been stung by Henry the Wasp. That was like a nappy bottom standard on a Thursday night, and yeah, we were all quoting it from then on. But before then, it was like, I don't really know. Yeah, that's the Richard O'Brien retirement film. That is. He did a follow-up, but that I've never seen, and apparently it's not particularly worth seeing. But yeah, Rocky Horror Picture Show, I highly recommend it. But don't go on the first bit. Get to the castle and settle in for that, and then after that, I think if you don't like it after that, then it's clearly not for you.
Alright.
But give it to that point. But yeah, I think perhaps you better both come inside. And it's like, at the risk of singing on your cast. So it's like, how do you do I see you met my faithful handyman. It's just a little bit down. When you're not, you thought you were the handyman. And it's great. If you don't like it after that song, it's really not for you. But if you do, it's awesome, mate.
One of these
I'll be back
days.
one sec. I'm gonna get some more alcohol. That's what I need right now.
Yeah, I didn't put ice in mine because the kids fucking pillage all the like big ass fucking ice balls, and I didn't want to use the dispenser to not wake up the baby. And now I'm drinking hot coffee and I'm sweating to fucking death.
Oh no.
But in theory, right, like warm liquids get through you quicker, right? So I should get drunker quicker. So there's that. at
Yeah,
least.
possibly, yeah.
I think that's how
I'll
it
be right
works.
back.
Excuse me, I might have to have a bath time.
What was that?
Bit of vice beer.
Oh. Yeah, I've got coffee and peanut butter whiskey tonight.
I like Dunkel, the dark beer. Schwarz beer.
Oh, yeah, beer over here is shit, so I don't really care for beer.
There is one jump.
Well, you have to be careful in Germany because it's like,
Yeah.
like your own football thing, because every village has got its own brewery.
Mhm.
A mate of mine married a German girl, and she went, remember to get the right beer. And she met when he met his father-in-law. Yeah, the yellow one, sure. Yeah, the yellow one. And he turned up with the wrong yellow one. I didn't go down very well.
That's funny.
So, I used to like Dibel's Alt beer, which is a dark beer, but that's it's Dusseldorf and Cologne, which is the city of they drink Kolsch, and that is like national football teams. And yeah, if you go in the wrong bar and order the wrong drink, that could end not very well.
That's funny.
How we see ourselves. So I was at Ket's house with his German wife, and she was, and we were going to have a Oktoberfest, and she was taking the piss. She was going, "Oh, I can't wait to see your Oktoberfest with the blue and white white checkered sheets and band, and she was wearing this gorgeous green velvet dirndl with a white blouse with the tits coming over the top. I'm like, wow, you're taking the piss out of us doing German stereotypes while you're wearing a dirndl and with tits over the top. Oh, they couldn't do worse. I met his parents-in-law in the sauna.
Oh god.
In the naked sauna. Yeah, come meet my mum and dad.
Oh no.
Like, oh yeah, where are we going? Yeah, we're going to the Turner.
Oh no. Fuck that.
How do you do? I guess I'm dating your daughter. I have literally nothing to hide.
I'm back.
That's horrible. I would be like, nope. Not happening. Maybe another time, dear.
They'll tail me in the tail. It's like her brothers were going to beat him up. There's cultural things like, so she had the old German hairy armpits.
No.
He went, you can get rid of that. So she was telling me, not him. And she said, oh, I burst in, and I told my brothers they were going to kill him. You can get rid of that. Yeah, I had a German girlfriend. She had a hairy armpit. The old Nina thing. Like, you're gonna shave them? She went, wrong. Why? But then she went the whole hog, which isn't my thing at all. I don't like it. I don't like to be too svelte down there. At the risk of being crass. But yeah, I was like, no, I only meant the armpits. Never mind. Bit of tidy topiary. Well, now drag down the level of conversation.
Yo, you've fucking done it now. This is a respectable stream.
Yeah.
YouTube's gonna get mad at me. This video's not appropriate for children anymore.
To think about, like 30 minutes ago, we were having an intellectual conversation about language.
Now it's tits and
okay, I'll
pubic shaving.
Help myself out then.
No, we're too far gone now. We've been drinking. It's over.
I'll help myself out with another linguistic faux pas. So in Italy, I went into the bar and I thought I'd be clever, and I went, posso? I forgot. Anyway, I asked for a beer. So she said, yeah, which one? I thought beer was Italian for beer, but it's not. It's just drink. So, I went, yeah, she's asking you what you want to drink, you clown. I went, yeah, I want to drink beer. She said, you didn't ask for a beer. You just asked for a drink. So she said, yes, which one?
That's funny.
I always know how to ask a lady if she'd like a drink. Posso offrite di birra? Is it Italian? Can I offer you a drink? Nasa carasso and a potto is Greek. So you can count the Greek ladies. Although you have to be careful with the Italian. So we say, Puste bellissimo oggi. You look beautiful today. She won't say thank you. She'll say, what? Was I not beautiful yesterday? Take it as an answer. What was wrong with me yesterday?
With the green documents in our right, direct will be at the front of the station.
What throws me here is there's no word for please.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's just, they're really polite. They're very polite people. But there is no actual word for please.
Oh, that's weird.
Please is inefficient. You make demand only.
Obviously how you phrase the question, but yeah, there's absolutely nothing that equates to the word please.
Which language is that?
Malayu.
Huh.
Bahasa Malayu, yeah. There is no word for please. There's thank you. telemachusy, but they have a weird thing. So if it's plural, they just say the word twice.
Really?
Yeah.
So if
That's
it was,
crazy.
so if it was books, you'd say book.
Oh, that's weird.
I've never heard of that. That's interesting.
Yeah, it was like, what? So ours is jam instead of hour with some version of S on the end. It would be jam hour. No, more than one. Could be any number.
Failure and I need merits.
Yes. Merit.
You're just hoping to stand before her for a medal ceremony, but it's not going to happen.
Are you forgetting the limpets? Should I cancel the launch sequence? Okay.
I'll be right back, Vaughn. I gotta do the baby's bottle.
You're good. I'm just now getting here.
Not getting that. On the home straight, just gonna vacuum downstairs for the vacuum round. I can get a shower because I'm starting to melt the microphone. My stinky, sweaty arse.
Oh my god, it is fucking hot in here.
Oh, yeah,
Got
man,
my,
30 degrees. 30 degrees in the shade. Just tossing across the temperature. It's 30 degrees downstairs and upstairs.
Hey, Kabuli, how's it going? Which latest debacle? I feel like there's just been so many since I've been gone. It just never ends. It's like the gift that keeps on giving, only it's a gift you didn't want to get. So you definitely have to be more specific. And it's okay, I forgive you for saying funny instead of glad. I'm hurt, but I'll forgive you. Alright, my bad. It's behind the system.
Well, you'll be telling me next you've never seen Zulu.
Oh, the blades. Yeah, dude. Yeah, we've had a couple talks about it on Discord. Obviously not on stream because I don't really do that much anymore. But yeah, this shit's fucking nuts, man. I'm too lazy and too inebriated to bother doing it right now. But you know, I think it's great if you go back and you pull up Chris Roberts' original Kickstarter video, and he goes on and on about how Star Citizen is going to be a game of skill. There's not going to be, you know, like actual character skills. There's not going to be like pay to win mechanics. It's going to be how good are you in your fighter versus the other guy in his fighter. And now they're like, yeah, we're also going to be selling blades that are going to make your ship just arbitrarily better than the guy who didn't buy that.
You know.
And it's like, cool. Yeah, man, that's the game I want.
Like I said,
Why don't you get a big
hurting for money without telling me you're hurting for money?
Yeah. Well, that's the thing is like everything they've done over the last year and a half has screamed, please give us money. We're desperate.
Yeah.
Give us money. Money me.
Yeah, well, they spend it as fast as it comes in, don't they?
Evidently, man. It's crazy. Running out towards $1 billion and fucking you still fucking can't fucking manage your fucking money.
Completing system scan.
Yeah.
Well, on the upside, their main offices is going to be an awesome location for Laser Quest when they.
Current fuel is at 87%.
I wonder if there's like, you know, like mega corporations, like, I don't know, input Microsoft or whatever, if they have their eyes on like the CIG headquarters and they're like, soon boys we'll be able to buy all these at a discount and set up our own.
That would be so fucking hilarious if Microsoft bought CIG and kicked Roberts out there again.
Yeah, the Jeff Bezos tenting his fingers going.
No, you're good, Blue. You didn't sound rude.
He is a Bond villain hiding in plain sight as a Bond villain, isn't he, Jeff Bezos?
I mean, it's literally been, I think, like 3 years since I've made a video, or 2 years, something like that. So you're good, man. Your comment is definitely warranted.
Whoops, I accidentally just hit the Super Cruise overcharge. I'm glad I wasn't facing the star.
I've done that a couple times.
Maintain alert status. The closest landable station is 3,006.
Well, you misheard my comment, but it was fine. I actually asked if you'd never seen Zulu, the film.
Scans have
Which clearly you
identified that
haven't.
there are 15
I have
stellar
not.
objects here.
Movie, isn't it?
It is.
Oh wow. Yeah, but it's awesome, mate. You should watch it every single Christmas. 100 fucking Britishers fight off 4,500 students.
You don't see Home Alone? It's like a, you know, a Christmas without a Home Alone movie is not, it's not the same.
Input Polar Express.
Polar
That's
Express.
what they
Yeah.
used in A Clockwork Orange. That's what they would have used them when they pin his eyes open. You're going to watch Home Alone. No! Make the bad man stop.
Fuel is at 64% of maximum. There are still 4 jumps left in your route.
Yeah, honestly, completely just literally everything that they're selling during Invictus is just crazy to me. Like all the new ship kits that include blades that are Warbond because, you know, they need new money. Fucking the Idris T, that shit's fucking crazy. Like, you go on and on about how, like, the Polaris is this torpedo boat, blah, 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 blah. You know, it's out there to hunt and kill cap ships. And then you're like, and also the cap ships are now also the hunters because we gave them even bigger torpedoes. And it's like, dude, what? What? Like, that blew my mind that it would have been fine to give the Idris a torpedo kit, but have it be smaller than the Polaris's torpedoes. But no, they were like, yeah, size 12 torpedoes, bitch. And it's like, what? What are you doing?
Oh, don't forget the bomb racks that you can buy too.
Yeah, the bomb racks that can be sold on every single ship except the bomber.
Yep.
Yeah,
Interesting how that works.
except the bomber, which is fucking hilarious.
It's just crazy, dude. The shit that they like balance. What is balance? We don't need balance, man. Balance is something
Money.
that will sort out when the game comes out, which is never. So it's fine to not give a fuck about it.
Yeah. I keep saying this, but it's true. We keep talking about it off stream. But like, I think what we've been discussing was that I think marketing, Chris Roberts, whoever is responsible, has recognized that there is no finish line for like there's no way to complete Star Citizen. I think they've realized that. And so what they're doing now is they're going to try and milk everything that they can out of the game until it essentially dies.
Do you not think they could put out?
Which I don't believe.
You don't think they could put out a bare bones?
So they're not going to compete with the game.
Yeah, I actually didn't think about that, but you're right.
And then, the thing is, they want to do MMO. You're not going to sell this stuff because everybody that wants to play the game already has it.
Yeah.
That's the thing. And then, the MMO, how are they going to sustain it?
Selling more overpowered ships, bro.
Yeah. Either they go subscription, which,
Lots of people are super opposed to. Yep.
Or go free to play, which
There's no world where they can continue the game in a free-to-play environment. There's just no way, and especially with the way that they've introduced server if server meshing ever becomes a thing, which I mean I know it's like being experimented on right now, but it's really not working, and it's really, you know, it's not.
server meshing exists and it's working.
Opposition aligned
Dynamic server meshing. That's the holy grail.
The primary star is the only body in this system.
Well, see, the thing with server meshing is that you open a can of worms, because now you don't just have a server or, you know, several servers to keep up with. You have potentially hundreds or thousands of servers if it gets implemented in the way that Chris is, you know, advertising it as. And so all of that adds to an extreme underlying cost to the game. So the question is, how are they going to maintain that many servers with that kind of cost without some kind of pay to win, some kind of subscription? It's certainly not going to be free to play, because there's no way that they can sustain that amount of that cost. And so the way that it's designed is that there always has to be some kind of like feature creep in the form of selling more and more overpowered spaceships, which we've been seeing, or they have to come up with something else, because we're starting to see that that's beginning to not work. I don't think they wanted to sell the Idris this early, because what have we heard for like a decade now, that they're not selling, or they're not, you know, they're not releasing the Idris because of spoilers. Well, that's out the window now, and I think it's because they are so desperate for money that that is what they have to resort to right now.
It was the same thing with the F7 or F8,
Yeah.
whatever, that fighter. It was the same thing. It was a Squadron 42 thing that they would only release after the...
Yep.
They need the fucking money.
Yep.
And you know what's gonna happen is that, and you're right, it's power creep, like next big ship coming. Because what they do is, usually what they do, they have a nice ship, overpowered play it, they like it, then more people buy it, and then nerf it.
Yep.
This is gonna fucking happen with the Idris, and people are gonna be pissed. Just wait.
Have you
the laser
Let me run,
is fucking obvious.
Yeah, the laser. I don't know if you've seen that, Failure. Have you seen the Cameroll did a video on it. I recommend watching at some point.
Is it the Idris K?
It's the Idris laser. It's no longer just a single shot. It's a hold down laser that basically shoots a laser beam into space continually. And if anything crosses in front of it, it's insta-death for them.
That's crazy.
Let me run a scenario past you, but it needs to settle first. So, some of you must have played both Star Citizen as it is now, or now it, and No Man's Sky when it was first released. So is Star Citizen today in a better state than day one Patch Zero, No Man's Sky?
No, I'm gonna say no.
Really?
They're significantly worse for the reason that they have such a huge cost to the game. Like, No Man's Sky was a horrible launch, but they didn't have the resource drain that Star Citizen does. They have over 1,000 employees. They have tons of studios. They have such a big money drain that they have to keep up with that, like, if they don't sell significant number of spaceships or get significant profit somehow, their game is going to go under, which wasn't the case for No Man's Sky.
No,
I mean, maybe a little bit, but not on the same level that Star Citizen is.
It's my fault because I didn't say where I was going with the premise. But what I'm asking is just actual technical gameplay. If you just said there's a game, there's Star Citizen now, and there is No Man's Sky as it dropped, forgetting everything else, which is the more playable game?
You know, I personally can't answer that because I didn't play No Man's Sky.
Okay, so
No Man's Sky at launch.
What I was leading, yeah, what I'm leading up to is that what is to stop when Chris Roberts decides that he's extracted as much as he's personally going to extract, and he just goes, right, okay, I'm releasing the game. It is a game.
You might complain it doesn't work, but nobody. I mean, we in our echo chamber complained vociferously about No Man's Sky, but nobody was turning up to sue them, and they did their massive recovery. So if he just drops it and goes, okay, I'm done, there it is, it's launched, there's the game, I might come back and do patches depending on how much money I keep getting, and oh dear, you didn't fund me enough, I can't do any patches. I wonder if that's the ultimate end game, is he just decided not to do it.
That's been what a lot of us have talked about for like the last couple of years, is that it seems more and more like Chris Roberts is aiming to release legally minimum viable product to where he can be like, this is the game you pledged for, hands clean, I'm gonna go fuck my wife on the yacht now, bye.
Yeah, you know, just, okay, it's not all you wanted, we all got caught up in our enthusiasms, but it's good enough to call it a game. Because everybody complained, and rightly so, about No Man's Sky, but nobody turned up to say, although they were dropping patches pretty much from day one, but nobody turned up to say, okay, false advertising, etc., which they could have been able to. So I wonder if he could just literally go, you know, I've worked on it for years, it's as good as it's good enough now for me to just go, okay, it's no longer Star Citizen Alpha, it is Star Citizen, and depending on how much interest and money people throw at me, I will continue to improve and patch notes, just as we are now, but we'll call it a game instead of Alpha, with no other difference.
The thing with that is, the second he does that, and we were talking about this earlier, the second that he declares that the game is the game and not some kind of dream, all the money stops. Because everybody who thinks that their dream is going to be a thing within the universe suddenly dies at that point. And so...
Yeah, I'm just talking about his character. Because I said when it is no longer viable, I think when he's no longer getting... When he personally isn't able to extract his insane amount of money he draws to say, well, I'm the CEO, I obviously have to be paid well. And his wife worked for the company, and his cousin worked for the company, etc., etc. When they are no longer worth the while and the grief, to say, yeah, I'm retiring now to my gated community where nobody's even heard of the game here, let alone going to come give me a hard time.
Yeah.
Well, the thing that like separates No Man's Sky from Star Citizen in that regard, like with No Man's Sky coming out, lots of people did say false advertising because, you know, Sean Murray said a lot of things about multiplayer, which wasn't a thing at launch. You know, a lot of other features that weren't a thing at launch. But with Star Citizen, And it's a miracle that Hello Kitty Games, or whatever the fuck, Hello Games, didn't get sued into the ground. But with Star Citizen, over the years, they have updated the terms of service consistently with more and more legal language that you have to accept in order to fucking patch the game and play it, that fucking covers them should the game not be the game. So, like, they have spent so much time legaling up their fucking armor for when Star Citizen comes out, and it's not what Star Citizen was supposed to be, right? It's literally a minimum viable product. Like, hey, look, we've got a couple star systems in here, and enjoy, guys. Chris Roberts, yeah. And, like, there's nothing you can do about it because they have spent literally over a decade building legal fucking agreements that you have to sign in order to play the game.
Yeah. I mean, that's when you know that they were acting in bad faith, because, you know, if somebody's just a bit naive. I mean, that's, in fact, that's a line from The West Wing when he asks Mrs. Bartlett a question, and he went, actually, I'm glad you don't really have an answer for that, because I would immediately not stand for you, because that would mean that you thought it through. Whereas this is, yeah, it just got out of hand.
Well, I mean, just look at old.
But if he's nailing down the legal language, you know he's not good faith.
Absolutely, I mean, they've been refining the legal language on the game for fucking years. You know, they went from calling them fucking pledges or whatever, fucking or ship purchases, to fucking donations or pledges or whatever they're fucking calling it now, so that legally, like, it sounds like you're not buying a project, you're just giving them fucking money. What do you call it?
Yeah, you're just loving what you're doing right now. I'm glad you gave me money for it. What's the problem? Yeah.
Yep. And then fucking, and you know, it's crazy too, because they literally scrub the store pages of, like, any kind of, like, language that makes it sound like you're buying a product, like a sale. And now, like, all of a sudden everybody calls them pledges or donations or whatever. And, like, it's crazy listening to, like, Xylo talk about it and be like, oh no, but it's always been called that. And it's like, dude, there's screen grabs of the original site, bro. Like, what delusional world are you living in? Like, you can't just pretend that, like, it was never called a sale. They were you guys literally called them ship sales, like, for the, like, events. Like, what?
No, it's really easy to establish a forever narrative. It just really is. I've got so, like, I'm sad to say everybody around here wears hijabs and that, and I've got footage of Kuala Lumpur from 1990, and they're all wearing, there's not a hijab in sight, they're all wearing skirts, yes, below the knee, but just below the knee, you know, they're not covering up, wearing socks in 30-degree heat, you know, and clothes down to the wrist and the hijab. But if you talk to people now, they'll think it's been like this forever.
Mm-hmm.
It's really easy to establish, hasn't it always been like this?
Yeah.
You're like, no, it really wasn't. Malaysia was pretty freewheeling, you know, strip joints, gambling casinos in Kuala Lumpur. You know, you always had the places out in the sticks that were, yes, let's cut the guy's hand off because he's a thief. What do you mean you won't let me? But never in Kuala Lumpur, whereas now apparently they are trying to find people drinking alcohol and things like that.
I mean, and that's the thing too, is, like, you look at old school CIG, like, half of his fucking initial, like, CIG circle were fucking lawyers. Like, if that's not a red flag, I don't know what fucking is, man.
Understood.
Yeah. He is a charmed man. I mean, he got away with taking all that money, well, allegedly, shall we say, taking all that money that he got for the development of
Freelancer?
Of Freelancer, and then using it to fund his film.
Oh my God.
Allegedly.
I don't even think it's allegedly. I'm pretty sure that literally happened. Like I don't think he disproved it. Like, I'm pretty sure that was, like, part of the grounds for why Microsoft cut him out, was because of it. So, like, I don't know.
Yeah,
I mean, I guess you could say allegedly.
They fucked him off at the high port, didn't they? But was his name even on the packaging? I can't remember.
I don't know.
I don't think he was.
I don't remember.
I think they pretended it was nothing to do with him, and then he, which is unfair in both directions. They can't pretend that it was nothing to do with him, and he pretended that he did it. But we know that had they left it with him, that would have been a never finished game.
Oh yeah, 100%.
I bought Freelancer.
Freelancer's awesome. In fact, I'm looking at the box right now.
Freelancer is amazing.
the universe of possibilities. The only thing I didn't like about it was it said you could cut away from the story at any time. What they didn't say was, yeah, you can cut away from the story at any time, but if you don't come back to it, you never get to unlock the next level. That was a bit annoying.
The multiplayer.
It's still playable today, apparently. I think some people have even made it proper widescreen rather than stretched.
Yeah, there was a cool, because I believe that Microsoft actually released a source code so people could change it.
Yeah, because I was pissed off that. So I played. I would have been playing it today, but I went from Windows 7 to Windows 10 and it stopped working. And I was like, ah. And then I just had it. It was just stretched a bit on my widescreen because it was built for 4.3, but it was fine. And then I saw a server for it. I mean, I played Battlestar Galactica server. That was great with all the Battlestar Galactica ships. And I saw this expanded one, but the settings was fixed to hard, I think, and I just could not, for the life of me, get past the battleship to the wormhole. So I was just stuck there. But it was great. Really good.
Battlestar Galactica Online, baby, she's still kicking.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't see Robert's name mentioned here.
Yeah, that's a huge difference too. It's like Sean Murray shut the fuck up, and he just started fucking pumping updates for No Man's Sky out, whereas Chris Roberts has never... I can't think of a single time in the 12 years, or however long it's been at least 12, so I'm going to stay 12. In the 12 years that Chris Roberts has been helming Star Citizen, I have never heard him once accept responsibility or say, like, hey, my bad. It's always deflect onto either the backers are the problem, or some other outside factor, like a fucking studio he contracted to, or fucking whatever it is. It's always somebody else is the issue. It's never Chris Roberts. That dude's ego is insane.
They can all be wankers though. Like Ubisoft, I've got Wolf Packs of the Pacific on CD-ROM, and I bought a new PC for the first time since 2003 because I just kept upgrading, and of course. So I went to Ubisoft and I tried to use my code that was in the packet and it didn't work. And I contacted them and they sent me through all the houses. They said photograph your case, photograph the disc, did all that. And then they went, yeah, we're not offering that for sale anymore. And they're like, I'm looking at your webpage and it's for sale. And not for very much money. And they're like, yeah, we can't give you. I said, can you not give me a pass, a code? No. So, I mean, I did go and get an external CD-ROM to load it, but yeah, that's how much wankers they are. So they didn't deny, they were like, have you got the receipt? I said, well, yeah, what, you mean those laser printed ones that turn to just a white sheet of paper after 15 days? I said, I might have one of them, but there's all the package, it's clearly genuine paking, you know, or it'd be a really good pirate. And how many people are trying to pirate a game from 2009, for God's sake? I mean, that'd be more effort than just paying the £8 or whatever it was. It wasn't very expensive. And I went, sod you, I'm not going to pay you that. So I paid more than I would pay for the game for the external CD-ROM so I could reload it onto my machine. Wankers. But I had my passcode, everything, you know, that came with the game. And they were like, yeah. But it'd have been better off if they just sodded me off straight off. But they were like, no, take me a photo of the cover, take me a photo of the inside, show me a photo of this, show me a photo of your passcode. And I did all of that, and then a couple of days later they were like, yeah, computer says no. Computer says no.
I mean, that's the other thing that's fucking hilarious too, like with Star Citizen, is like, you know, in the wee early days of its lifespan, everybody was like, oh, well, at least they're not EA and they're not Ubisoft, they're not these evil companies that take advantage of their customers. And now you look at what CIG is today, and I mean, not even just today, they've been this way for like the last 6 years, and they're fucking way more predatory than like most of those other publishers ever were. And it's like, yeah, okay, guys, at least we're not them, right?
The byword for it. There will be the bywords for ripping off your customers. It was nearly No Man's Sky, but they recovered magnificently. Yeah, they did all the things they claimed to do. Those nasty developers. We won't do that.
except 10 times worse.
You guys are there to keep us honest. And then, like, as soon as problems start happening, it's Chris going, you guys are the problem.
If you insist.
Yeah, so how do we keep you honest, Chris? There's never.
Oh, I love it when they say, oh, those roadmap watchers.
Yeah. Dude, that's the thing, like,
1%.
whoever
roadmaps
they
that you
have doing
produced.
PR is like so fucking good because like they literally like I swear they hired somebody from like a political campaign because they like vilify and like use wording that like alienates and like tries to like make certain people targets so that like the good boys will like take up cause against them type shit. It's just fucking crazy. Like Star Citizen's a fucking goddamn joke, never gonna be a fucking game, but their marketing and their PR teams should be fucking studied because they are fucking like crazy good.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're better than Scientologists because they're like, well, they came after you. Just our flying monkeys did it all by themselves. We gave them no instructions whatsoever.
The roadmaps were supposed to be just like a guideline of like what we'd like to have out, guys. You're the problem for thinking that the roadmap that said that this feature was going to be in this patch and it didn't show up. It's you. You're the bad guy. Like, what the fuck, dude? I guess I don't understand game development. Fuck. Everybody else seems to work with them, but...
And then they went on to make a record-breaking year in sales. So I'm like, how are people still buying into this after like basically being vilified?
Yeah, it's fucking insane.
Have you played Star Citizen? Like,
Dude, I would love to see how much they made
space under the control of Arissa Lavigny
since they released the fucking Idris and you can buy the Idris and you can buy the kits and all that shit.
1,249 light seconds away.
Sometimes it's handy not to have a fat wallet because I always wait and because I always buy games a year later on, you know, when they come down in price a bit and they're more reasonable. I get a better experience because the first time I play the game, all of these bugs are generally eliminated, and so yeah, I don't get to be there when everybody else is playing straight off with my friends if I had any. But I normally get a decently polished game and for half the price.
That's
or I already know it, or I already know it's a nightmare and not to bother. Because I was very excited for Squadron 42, very excited, and then slowly that waned.
That's the thing, Kablooey, is that it's like Star Citizen was supposed to sort of be like this, like Firefly in the Night kind of game where it was supposed to stand out from everything else as far as like mechanics and immersion and everything like that. And yet we have the most basic, monotonous gameplay. And you're right, you have to buy a ship to get into it. And then you have to use the scroll wheel mining mini game, which, you know, it's everything's a laser too. Like if you're playing medical gameplay, it's a laser. If you're salvaging, it's a laser. If you're mining, it's a laser. It's like it's the most basic, monotonous gameplay that you could possibly think of.
Yeah, it's fucking nuts. It's like actually insane the way that like you look at like go back to like the old Kickstarter shit, right? When he was showing off the Aurora and he's like, oh, and here's the Aurora and like here's all the different kits you can have it. You want to use it for like hauling cargo and stuff, no problem. You want to use it for combat, no problem. Here's the kit for like doing this and that, and like they used to like kind of pitch it like ships were going to be modular, and then it became no, ships are very, very niche. You need to buy a specific ship for every activity you want to do in the game, because you know we're selling them as JPEG. So if you like to donate, then please do. And then like on top of that, like as you were saying, everything became like a laser beam. Like, salvaging is a laser beam, and then mining laser beam, and like all of it is just fucking move your fucking mouse wheel up and down, and fucking like where is the engaging gameplay? Like, and does Chris play this shit? Because like you do mining for a fucking hour, and it's like, oh, this is so fucking fun. I can't wait for the actual game to come out where all I do is sit here and do my fucking mouse wheel up and down, even though it's the most monotonous task, and it's step one of many steps in refining this ore, and they're all fucking monotonous and fucking like, where's the fucking fun gameplay? Where's the fucking game? Because this is literally a job. You could tell me I'm mining crypto or some shit for you, and I would at least understand it and be supportive then. Because right now, like, I don't know what you're selling me. Because it's definitely not a fucking game.
And you know, to add on to all of that, you add in this forced multi-crew where somebody's literally sitting in the cargo hold pressing a button to try and get the box out of the
Fuck me, Salvage.
the hold.
Dude.
It's like, who's gonna be the person? And like these forced multi-crew ships where it's like, oh, this person's responsible for hitting the fucking the EMP button. You have to hit the EMP button, and that's all for no pilot gameplay. It's crazy.
Down there to fire torpedo.
It's
yeah,
insane.
you would really look forward to that, wouldn't you? Oh, can I do that? Can I? Is it my turn?
See, another thing is boring as fuck that people were like, oh my god, I can't wait to do hauling missions and stuff.
I don't mind trucking, right? Like trucking is a thing. Like, I don't think that that's like a bad thing, but like the shit that he comes up with to add on to it is the issue.
Yeah.
Like 2 weeks ago, I think, I tried my Hull C after the patch came out just to see if the worked and stuff. So what you do is take your Hull C, you open it up, you take a mission to take cargo X to Z. So you call the cargo, a blue box comes out, you park your ship in there, your boxes start showing up on it, you fly somewhere, you call the cargo at the other place, you got in the blue box, the box start to fade, go away. Sometimes you get the full load, sometimes you don't, but you can still submit and earn some money, and that's it.
It's, you know, it's really interesting because it's like, okay, many years ago, I tried to do some kind of like game design, like I'd mess around in an engine and try and like build out games with absolutely no idea how to code or, you know, how to make engaging gameplay or anything like that. And so I would do things like, because I would have an idea in my head what I would want, but I didn't know how to get there because I didn't have the skill to get there. And so what I would do is I would find these really weird, wonky ways to try and emulate the kind of gameplay that I want, and it never really worked out. And what's interesting about Star Citizen is that I've noticed this really weird, like resemblance to the way that I used to try and build games with absolutely no skill into how they are building out the game. Where it's like, everything's a laser, it's this like really weird gameplay that doesn't really make sense. And it makes me wonder, it's like, you know, they're hiring all these devs, all of the senior devs are leaving, or have quit, or have been fired, whatever. And it's like, do we just have a dev team that lacks so much skill in developing that this is the best that they can do? Like, this is the most in-depth that they can make it because they don't understand how to make a more complex code base to create actual interesting gameplay.
Dude, you know, it's a known fact that the guy that came up with the new UI was a guy that just leave the university or college that he was studying. He was just left. He had no experience whatsoever, and he got the job to do that. That's why the UI is so shit, so holographic, so Iron Man-ish stuff.
Even that, man. Even that. Like, you went to university to design, like, UI, and that's the best. Like, I would be like, where's my refund?
Right?
Because this is not game UI. This is horrible.
The real bullshit that you have, that's a console. They're going console. They're going fucking console.
Well, like, in CIG fashion, it's just all over the place. I think it's probably, I don't know, I don't really see it happening now, but I'm sure probably at some point it was a thought, and they started to move in that direction, and then they backed away from it. So now you just kind of have this rat's nest of just, like, endless, like, redirection.
Guys, sorry to interrupt. I'm popping smoke. I need to go for a shower. Thank you very much for entertaining me and tolerating my presence. And maybe catch you again.
Yeah,
William,
no
it's
problem.
been a pleasure, man. Have a good one.
Expected.
You take care.
Scans
Bye-bye.
indicate that there are 3 stellar objects here.
Yeah, it's dude. I feel like that's been like the chronic issue with Star Citizen for like the last 8 years. Is like it seems like it literally has no direction. Like he just is all over the place, like some fucking kind of ADHD fucking autistic person who just literally can't sit still and put like together one solid thought of like, okay, here's how I want everything to fit together. Instead, it's like, all right, I want to design this thing, and then we'll figure out how it fits into the actual like puzzle piece later.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, you can't design a game, especially when it's complex and as immersive as you want, that way. Like, it just does not work like that, and it shows in every aspect of Star Citizen. Everything feels disjointed and fucked, and it's just so fucking tiresome. And it's insane that nobody calls him on it.
Yeah. It's as if you were building a pyramid upside down, where like the small pointy part was on the bottom, and that was holding up the rest of the giant structure that was expanding outward. That's
basically
how it feels.
Talk about the regression in technology. On one hand, you have shields, you have gravity, artificial gravity. Then, on the other hand, no parachute, no fucking physics. The damn vehicle's like a 70-ton tank that moves like it's made of fucking paper.
Little tiny hand pistols levitate anything you want.
Dude, I've seen Roblox games with better physics than Star Citizen.
Real talk, dude. Crazy.
The physics in Star Citizen have to be probably some of the worst I have ever seen.
It's actually
in
insane.
any game I've ever played.
Yep.
Wait, it has physics?
Chris thinks it does.
3,000
Yeah.
light seconds away. Warning, there are
Duh,
no
man, haven't you ever ordered a drink from the bartender and shaken your glass? Didn't you see the physics?
stellar objects here.
That, oh my god, I remember that.
You remember, I forget the exact context of it, something to do with the coffee mug and like the crowd went wild watching the coffee mug physics or something like that. It's like a famous thing now.
It was a whiskey and you had like a cube of ice in it.
And they clinked.
Oh,
There was a coffee mug too. I just don't remember what the context was, though. Like you said, I don't remember what.
it was showing off Levski?
No, it was later. It was later because it was after. It was when they were introducing the baristas or whatever.
There are still 4 jumps left in your route.
I just don't remember like what everybody was excited about, but that's understandable because the monkeys get excited over literally anything.
6 light seconds away. The primary star.
Oh
is the
yeah, the
only
last
body in this system.
Citizen Con was so pathetic. I see these people in the crowd. Oh my god, I'm gonna kiss my pants. Like, you're a fucking moron.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, I don't know, like, who are the people that are still going to Citizen? All of it.
It's insane.
Just all, like, balls deep into the game, cheering at everything. Like, how do you have that much, like, delusion that you're still, like, fully into this?
You know what the funny thing is? The last day, when Chris Roberts was on stage, there was one thing they showed, but they quickly changed the picture. That he was showing him on stage, and the camera behind him showing the crowd. Not even a third of the chairs were filled with people. Everything was empty. They shut down the lights so people wouldn't see it. It was pathetic.
Ship scanners show 9 stellar objects here.
Glad some people have some sense.
Sadly, you look at the fucking funding tracker, and not enough people don't have or do have sense.
Yeah. I'm really disappointed because May was looking to be by far one of the worst Mays on record. And then they did this shit with the fucking Idris, and now it's like blown past last year's May. It's like, god damn it, man.
They just never learn. It's crazy.
Just wait when they nerf the Idris, because it's gonna happen. And people are gonna be
100%. It's so overpowered right now.
But they do this every single time.
Yeah, how have they not learned? It's like every overpowered ship that they release suddenly gets nerfed. Like countless ships. The Ion, what else? I mean, I'm kind of drunk right now, so I'm like struggling with names.
Corsair, the Redeemer, fucking.
Oh, the Redeemer.
What else? Dude, just about every ship in the last 4 years comes out fucking punching hard, and then they fucking literally cut its arms off.
Every time.
I honestly think that the funding tracker tracks store credit purchases.
Dude, it has to, right? It has to.
I don't believe that there's that many people spending that much money still. It would make sense with the Idris coming out because people would melt and fucking store credit purchase their Idrises back.
Yeah.
I don't. That's my tinfoil hat.
I'm believing more and more that you're right, because it's like it was ludicrous how good this May was as far as funding goes. I mean, I don't know the exact number, but I think it's like the best May on record as far as and I just like, surely that many people can't still be
throwing that much money into it. Yeah.
Right?
Dude, they know they're real.
Plus, well, I mean, like, and on top of everything, too, it's like, you can buy these ships for a fraction of the cost on the gray market, so why is anybody even buying ships, like, for full warp price? Unless you're fucking farming for, concierge, which is,
There is one jump left
you know,
in your route.
unless you have a method.
Well, that's the thing too, is like Archer's like, oh, they know their whales. Their whales already have an Idris, so they're not fucking getting money from that. Like, where is this huge influx of money coming from? It makes no sense. It has to. Legally speaking, I don't know, but it has to be store credit. Like, it just does not make sense that that's a legitimate fucking fresh invite, or a goddamn fresh influx of cash. Like, I just don't see how it's possible. And they do it month after month too, which makes no sense.
Oh wait, we forgot about one ship that came out too. The Asgard.
I don't know what that one is.
Asgard.
I haven't heard about that.
It's a rumor, but it's a rework of the Valkyrie. And instead of doing the rework, they sold it, the Valkyrie.
Of course they would. That would be the most CIG shit ever. I mean, they did it with the Hornet, right?
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Yeah, and I bet they're going to do the same thing with the 600i rework. It's like, oh no, you're going to keep the old one, but this is new one, the 600i.
If the 600i gets a rework, how many years have we heard that the 600i was going to get a rework?
Forever. It was back when I was still playing, so it was at least like 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, I would say at least 5 years.
Yeah, it's been a minute. Because I was like actively playing and kind of like, it was back when I was like still talking to Craigland, whatever, the one mod dude. Like, I would like hang out in his stream and bullshit with him when he was streaming. And that was fucking forever ago, dude. I don't even know. Like, that was so many years ago. So the 600i rework thing's been fucking totally coming for like, fuck, I don't even know how long.
And then there's the ugly duckling, the Banu merchantman. Oh my god! Every time I look at that shit, it's just like, what?
Coming soon, for sure.
What's going on with? Is anything new coming with the merchant?
I don't think so.
No, it's just concept, and look at the ship they showed.
What is the ship that they show? I don't even know if I've seen it in game, apart from like the concept images of it. Did they ruin that too, like the Carrack and the fucking Valeria?
Yeah. Yes.
Oh,
did they?
Yes.
Oh, please
look
show me.
Look at the merchantman.
Please show me.
Okay, hold on.
The Carrack, man. Okay.
Yeah, that was sad.
For those who don't know, for those watching stream, about once a year I'll go on a Carrick rant because it made me so sad that all of the sexy antennas and its like dominant stature got ripped away and it looks like a poodle. I loathe CIG for how they fucking massacred the Carrick and the Polaris. The Polaris honestly isn't as bad, but barely. It's still ugly.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
But
hey, Vaughn,
man,
post
Polaris.
the picture of the concept.
Okay,
You
hold on.
ready? Okay, you ready for what they came up with?
Yeah, okay.
Hold on, I need to find a good.
I know what the concept looks like. It's a pretty cool ship.
Yeah, just wood. Where is it?
Blue balls in him, man.
I'm excited. I'm excited for this. Because I did... Concept idea. But I wasn't personally, like, all in on the Merchantman like I was the Carrick and the Polaris. So, instead of feeling a lot of pain, I can just laugh at this one. So I'm excited.
You gotta get a better shot of it.
Yeah, it doesn't look that terrible from that angle. I mean, it definitely looks worse. It's definitely, like, rounded off instead of
Yeah.
those, like,
Yeah,
little jagged points.
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
I mean, that's bad. I would probably give it another.
I feel like that's like a trend with all of CIG's shit. Like their concepts will be like really edgy and like rugged looking, and then their actual in-game ships are always just smooth and fucking bloated because they suddenly realize like, oh, we can't fit all of Chris's insane method of making ships inside of the concept we sold, so now it's got to get fat.
Yeah. Which, it's like, just scale the ship up, please.
Mm-hmm.
Or, like, something. Like, keep the cool look of the ship.
Yeah.
See, the Merchantman, like I was showing you, and all those jagged points, all those like spikes and shit look fucking alien. It did look alien. Now this
That's,
one,
yeah.
this
That's
looks like fucking EV.
That's the CIG inning of, like, every ship. It loses its cool features, it gets bloated and round.
Yep.
Most ships. Any big ship especially.
Yeah.
They just can't seem to do it. That's the thing, it's like, dude, CIG concept ships are some of the coolest ships I have seen in, like, movie, game, you name it. And then it comes to the actual game, and it's so heartbreaking.
Mm-hmm. Yep. 100%.
Like, my god, the OG Carrick pictures, one of the coolest ships I think I've seen, like, anywhere. Same thing with the Polaris. Which, I just don't understand why they have to do it.
Because I use this as a example. It's like space engineers. When you build a cool ship outside, it looks good, but then you build it.
Black Dream Hunk. Yes. The 890 jump is another one of my big rants because I bought it because the way they marketed and sold that ship, it was supposed to be like an awesome yacht that had good defense. It was supposed to be a really good all-rounder ship that had a lot of functionality. And what we got was anything but. We basically just got popcorn candy.
And it's crazy.
It was so much worse. I don't know if the original brochure is still available anywhere, but if you compare the original brochure to what it is nothing close to the way they sold that ship as.
Yep.
It is horrible.
Yeah, it's actually insane. And it's like, dude, what was really crazy to me when the 890 dropped is how far it deviated from what they promised people they were selling. And, you know, back then it was like the most expensive thing outside of an Idris you could buy. So it was the first whale ship to actually go live. and they all just laid down and took it. Nobody fucking like rioted. They were like, oh my god, my 890. Oh my god, I can do so much role play on here. I can finally pretend I have a fucking girlfriend in here. It's so great. And like nobody fucking spoke up about how the fact that like it went from being like a competent, like it can defend itself fucking luxury yacht to fucking just eye candy. And that was all it was. It was literally just eye candy and a big ship. It was just insane that nobody fucking fought for that concept, because it's literally, it was the first whale ship. It should have been like the people who were most financially invested into this shit getting the first taste of how CIG was going to treat them, and like they just got fucking no warning nutted in the mouth, and fucking they just swallowed it. It was crazy.
And then, not to mention that the SCU was broken for the longest time.
Oh my god.
30 SCU. I forget the exact number, but it was a minimum amount of cargo that it could haul. It had shield holes out the wazoo, so if like any kind of light fighter got in behind you, and all they would have to do is fire for about 10 seconds, you were dead. Because armor wasn't a thing. The shield holes, I mean, and the way it was marketed, like you said, it was supposed to be a competent, and again, it was supposed to be a Firefly in the night kind of ship. You could take it, it could be your home base, you could go out with it, it could self-sustain, it could do a little bit of everything, but what we got is just nothing anywhere close.
According to Emerald, I've seen the video, 890 Jump now can defend itself with the PDCs and shit.
That's one of the things too, is like you'll never be able to convince me that they didn't intentionally fuck the SCU on the cargo, because it held so much that it would have fucking like made it possible to buy the 890, do a couple of fucking cargo missions, or not missions, but like trade, I don't know, not missions, but do a couple of trades, and you'd be able to fucking fund buying any other ship with fucking in-game credits. And they knew that, and they were like, oh fuck, now we gotta break this shit, because at the time nothing came close to it. Oh, how the fuck did I end up deploying hardpoints? Am I getting that fucking fucked up? Yeah, dude. Every ship, dude, every concept ship has a fucking sob story. It's insane. Yeah. Oh, they definitely hate Origin ships. For sure. So hard.
It's, oh my god, do you remember, who was it? Was it Xylo that made that really fucking stupid argument about luxury ships? And they, like, they compared it like, oh, would you carry somebody, or like, would you do cargo hauling in a Lamborghini? I forget what the exact...
It was that, you're paying for like a brand essentially, and they're not as capable as like, say, an SUV from this manufacturer. And it's like, you do realize that Porsche makes SUVs, right? That fucking like Mercedes makes SUVs, right? You stupid fucking fuck. I know they pulled you out from under a bridge, Jared, you dumb fucking hobo fuck. But guess what? Luxury brands also make capable vehicles, you stupid fuck. God, I fucking hate that fucker. Dude, go back on the meth and fucking get out of fucking game dev. Fuck me.
Yeah.
Disco Lando. Fucking. Oh man, I gotta be careful. I haven't streamed in a long time. I'm fucking likely to start saying words that will get me in actual trouble.
Yeah. Drinking and Star Citizen is not a good mix.
Not these days, no. I feel like my mouth is way worse than it was back in the day. Dude, what 400i owners? Nobody fucking owns that thing anymore. Fuck.
I'm sorry, that is the ugliest motherfucking ship in the fucking game.
I don't even think it's ugly, it's just completely useless.
Yeah.
Have to, man.
And you had to put a fucking jail cell in it for the role plays. So
like, why? Why would you fucking... Why would you make that ship if you're not gonna have it be able to carry a fucking vehicle outside of that stupid fucking hover bike? Like, what? It was literally like the only thing that it could have filled like a role in is having like a small ship for carrying like a little Jeep or whatever the fuck they're called.
Yeah.
And you fucking literally make it specifically so that it doesn't fit. And it's like, GG.
Yeah.
It's okay, Black Dream. We've all spent a significant amount of money.
Yeah,
but
we're on
you
the
can still
don't
get
talk
out with
about
the
it
gray
club.
market. You can still get out.
I'm so glad I only.
It's
spent
not too
25
late.
bucks.
It's never too late. Or wait, it will be too late one day, but
It
not,
will be too
not
late
yet.
at some point. Yeah.
I don't
Get
think.
out all you can.
Let's
I
see.
still have a Polaris that I need to sell. I've been like, I just haven't wanted to deal with like going on Reddit and everything, but I need to do that here sometime soon.
Well, the Polaris is quite hot right now.
Let's see.
I'm almost tempted to go in there just to check how many Idrises I would see.
Uh, 65%. That's not bad for an exchange rate. It hasn't tanked as much as I thought it would have.
Yeah, I'm surprised it's still 65%. I would have thought it would probably be in like the 40s by now. Because I saw like I still had like $1,000 of stuff that I needed to sell off my account. I'm like, dude, I'm gonna get like $400 back from this. I'm shocked it's high.
I mean, it's one of those things, like, I've always kind of defended whaling in Star Citizen to it. Like, not the power imbalance part, but, like, I don't think it's a big deal for people to spend a lot of money on Star Citizen. I think there's, like, an ethics debate about, you know, buying power. But, like, people are like, oh my god, you spent this much money on a video game. It's like, okay, that's my hobby. Like, and you know, I'm sure I'm not the only person who wailed on Star Citizen with the mentality that like, this is the game I'm going to play. Like, this is based off of like, you know, if you were fresh and rose-tinted goggled believing the dream still, like, you're looking at like, oh, this is the game I'm going to play for years. So like, it makes sense to like invest that kind of money into a game or whatever. If like gaming is your hobby and this is like going to be your game, you look at other people with other hobbies, like it's as expensive or astronomically more, right? So like, I think it's insane that people shame fucking people who spend money on video games, whether it's Star Citizen or not. But so I mean, like, I don't really think that it's a big deal when people are like, oh yeah, I've spent this many thousand on Star Citizen or whatever. But the power is the issue for me, and like even being a whale, that's something I've like always been like, this is kind of a problem, and like I get we don't want to confront it right now, but like at some point down the road, this has to be rectified against like, you know, balance and fairness to fucking people who don't spend that kind of money on a video game. And it's just like everything else with CIG. It's like, all right, let's kick it down the road, and you know, we'll deal with it in 2 decades.
Yeah. I can't believe we're in 2025 right now. I remember back in 2013, it was like, dude, 2020, like 2020 was a meme back in 2013, or you know, whatever year it was like, oh, it's gonna be 2020 before this game releases. We're in 2025 now, man. That's freaking insane.
Yeah.
I've been using the Castle Call 2016 for like at least 8 fucking years. Now, I'm gonna use the 2026, which is fun.
Well, I mean, like the funniest thing though is like you could sit there and do like Answer the Call 2016, and I feel like a good share of Star Citizen backers wouldn't even get that meme anymore.
Yeah. But I like how their advertisement for Squadron 42 is still Answer the Call. Like, the phone's been ringing for 10 years there, buddy.
Yeah, but they removed 2016. Oh, they removed the one.
Yeah, they removed 2016, but it's still Answer the Call.
It's 10 years later, guys, but it's this time, for sure.
Yeah, I don't know, Black. That's hard, man. I
Yeah, that's
personally,
interesting.
I don't know if I believe it's
No.
coming.
No.
So the thing is that it's like, because they're in a weird spot right now. Because if they don't release something, they're going to lose funding. Because they've delayed it so many times, they've said it's coming so many times, and people are starting to get really annoyed with CIG about how they can never meet deadlines, they can never release anything, there's no proof that they can create the game that they're pretending to create. But on the other hand, if they release the copy of Squadron 42 that's in a horrible state, then they also lose money. So they're putting pretty much between like a rock and a hard place.
Yeah.
As far as either choosing to release it or not release it.
Yeah. Ah, fuck.
1,249 light seconds away. Long-range signals indicate 11 bodies in this system.
Release it because of where did I read this? It was like last year. This funding, this private funding they got. They had to pay up that funding they got until 2028 or something, but they have to release the game in 26. But they have to pay interest on the money they got loaned or invested. And that's like 50 mil already, so I don't know, man. Oh yeah, we don't want those publishers, we have our own money. And then, wait, you got private investors.
The thing about Squadron 42 is that it's like, it doesn't help any of their problems. Like, the only thing they can hope for is that if Squadron 42 is really, really good, it can incentivize new backer funding.
Yeah,
but if it's anything but really, really good, they are going to be put in a horrible position because it's going to prove that they might not actually be capable of creating a finished product. And so there's like they're better off not releasing Squadron 42 than releasing it and it being anything but a true quadruple A game.
You know, my opinion about the game is it's a fucking interactive movie on rails. I mean, the gameplay footage, and I say this with quotes. What did it show? It showed like 75% movie, and you had like 25% in the game doing stuff. That's it. And,
well, I mean that's. Sorry, go ahead.
I mean, I understand it's like the introduction, it's like the tutorial, I guess, but I bet it's gonna be like Call of Duty. Call of Duty is gonna be a cutscene, you do something, cutscene, you do something else, cutscene, and it's gonna be on rail.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Squadron 42 is just like a Chris Roberts excuse to be the movie director that he never really got to be. So, he's going to be the director of, input, movie star name, whoever they have, like Gary Oldman, Mark Hamill, all those guys. It's basically his excuse to be the director that he never really got to be.
Gary Oldman. When he did that footage of his speech on, dude, that is such terrible writing. I mean, Gary Oldman did his best, but the writing is so terrible.
It's very Wing Commander movie-ish to me.
What's gonna be? It's basically that. I mean, it's the same basic story. Instead of cats, you have these other aliens that look like rats. I'm so glad I only spent 45 bucks. I mean, I got my 45 bucks out of that. I got out of it. Yeah.
Is that you've only ever spent 45?
Yep.
Dang. That's impressive.
And, well, I have a Gladius that was given to me.
Oh, who gave it? Was that Failure?
No, no.
Fuck no.
Oh, well, thank you. He gave me a helmet.
You're welcome, bitch.
Who was this Russian guy that he used to do
Renovate.
on Discord? Then he had like...
Yeah.
Renovate.
Yeah, that him. And he was like, he was saying in chat he got drunk and he bought some stuff thinking it was something else, and he had like a bunch of Gladiuses, and I said, hey, send me one. And the next message, oh, give me your email. Oh, okay.
V8 Jeep, V8 Jeep.
Yeah.
I'll be right back a second.
Yeah, my bad. Maddie woke up. Decided to go deal with that.
Oh no.
I may still have to deal with that. She's moving around a lot. This is good. If we just keep bitching about Star Citizen, the more drunk I get, I won't feel the need to make a video later. So this is actually very therapeutic for me. Oh my god. Fuck him. Fuck that guy.
What the fucking loser fuck, dude.
10 out of 10. Only got a job because he fucking used to blow Chris Roberts under a bridge every time Chris came to the LA offices. Aaron? Fucking who knows?
It's some financial like £4 million in wages just last year. Like, what the fuck did he actually do?
Him and Sandy Gardner.
Yeah, but Sandy Gardner is fucking shit, man.
She used to be. I don't know if I believe she does anymore.
I don't. To be honest with you, I don't think any of them are really interested in the project anymore.
It sure as fuck feels like it.
You don't see Chris Roberts, you don't see Sandy, you don't see Eric, you don't see any of them.
Mm-hmm.
Except for that one video like many years ago where it's like, yeah, checking in, we're back, and it was Chris and Sandy talking about the state of the game and random stuff.
You do not have any limits on this. Should I cancel the launch sequence?
It's gonna be a live transmission. I told you, the kind of idea when the COVID thing where they spent like 2 hours talking about
That's... Oh, sorry.
ending him, Chris Roberts and that whacking each other off, showing some pictures of the new EVA and shit. I'm scoring for the tip. So talking like 2 hours.
I think that's what we're all so angry about Kablooey, is that it's like a game that could have been.
Yeah.
It's like we're never like like the way that Star Citizen was marketed is all of our dream games. You know, like that would have been like one of the only games I would ever want to play is a Star Citizen that was actually developed per what they were promising.
Yeah.
And so it's really frustrating now that we're never going to see that, and it's becoming more and more obvious that it's never going to be a thing.
You know, and it's gonna be less than was promised, but at least finished by someone that actually knows what they're doing. Changing
sorry, I keep interrupting.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I mean, changing because they're focused on the wrong things. Like eye candy plot shit. Give us flash mechanics. Give us fucking physics.
I'm unable to buy that rare item anymore, Failure. I don't see it.
Oh no, really?
Oh no.
Yeah.
Do we deplete it?
Maybe. I'm not sure. But like, I saw you buy some. But I checked before that you landed. And I still didn't have anything.
I would have maybe relog.
I did. I just did.
Shit.
It's still not. Yeah. Can you re-invite me to the team?
Yeah.
Oh wait.
But we were saying, do you think it's a scam?
What's this?
Are you asking us? Starson?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a scam in the sense that they're marketing something that they know for a fact is never going to be real. It's not like a literal scam where they're like stealing your money and going out and buying private yachts or whatever.
Yeah,
but
it's you know.
Definitely a scam in the sense that they are selling you on a product that they know for a fact is never going to be a thing.
Yeah.
The thing that grinds my teeth. Install.
Yeah, they have a fucking developer who handcrafts every single ship they sell. So that's why stock is hard to have sometimes. Every single ship in the verse is actually unique. It's like its own little NFT.
Oh shit.
Dude, I was so waiting for CIG to get in on NFTs when those were fucking blowing up.
Hilarious.
I was shocked that CIG didn't.
Oh man.
That screams Chris Roberts. And the fucking retard White Knights on Spectrum, the Spectrum kids on the Spectrum would have eaten that shit up.
Yeah. Do you have the Javelin wing kit, Failure, equipped on your ship right now?
Yes.
You can fly the camera through that little slit in the wings, and I've been doing that for the past couple minutes now.
Oh, really?
It's kind of fun.
Let's see. Yeah. Oh, I might have a different wing on. So I don't have the arc. I'm pretty sure I know what part you're talking about.
It's kind of like a double wing almost.
Yeah. That's fucking weird. I wonder why that shit's not showing up.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait until you get back and see if you can buy another round of.
Yeah. Check your cargo really quick. It's you don't have any, right? Like in your inventory?
Yeah.
Huh.
Oh, it just popped back in.
Oh, okay. I was getting scared. I was like, oh man, I'm gonna be sad if this ends it.
Yeah.
I've been making rank. Get it?
Yeah, that's
Bang, rank.
And even with this fast method, it's forever.
Yeah, it's gonna be a minute. It's like just under enough to be one rank up.
Yeah.
on, little baby. Don't get up. Don't get up. Don't get up. Don't get up. God damn it. Fuck, why is she awake? It's fucking 1 in the morning. No. No. Bad baby. Fuck me. No. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Come on. That's it. Fuck. I'll be right back as soon as I land. I'm gonna have to go deal with her.
You good?
Yeah, it's super telling when a game company has 20 shell companies when they're supposed to be a like indie dev company.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Kablooey, this little monster's deep into her teething phase, so it's been
Oh, shit.
hectic.
Yeah, I'm sure that felt good, Pirate, being uninterdicted by a hyperspace jump. I always like to imagine, like, the dude interdicting me gets, like, fucking destroyed by, like, the force of you going to, like, hyperwarp.
Please complete landing procedures within your allocated time slot. Approval granted. Set down on landing pad 3-3. Landing complete. Ship secured. Enjoy your stay, Commander. Your comfort is our top priority.
Alright, I'll be back in a couple minutes.
You good? Yeah, I remember when they did like some kind of study into the chairs that they bought for their studios, and like each chair cost like $1,000. It was like, yeah, that's such a good feeling knowing that your pledge money went to buying $1,000 chairs. And that's not even speaking of all of the like super expensive decor that they bought with like the life-sized astronauts and like the doors that open up like a spaceship door. It's like, it's ridiculous that you're using our money to do that and not actually build the game that you were paid to do. And the game's like nowhere near being finished, and this is what you're spending the money on.
Fuck. Alright, stream. I love you. I miss you. It's been fun drinking and bitching about Star Citizen with you, but I think I'm losing the baby battle, so I'll probably have to stop the stream here just because I don't know how long this is going to take, and I don't want to leave the stream running for like 20-30 minutes with me just sitting in the hangar. But ideally, we're going to be doing quite a bit more Elite stuff, so baby permitting, we'll be back with more Elite stuff over the next couple of weeks. So thank you everybody for stopping by, for watching. Hopefully you enjoyed this little foray into old school get drunk and bitch about Star Citizen FTR channel night. I'd like to thank my co-host Vaughn for enabling me.
Yeah.
Fuck Move Speed.
Yeah. He wasn't here at all.
Yeah. Archer showed up for a little bit before he fell asleep in his chair.
Well, now Archer's done better than Move Speed. Archer and Heather have done better than Move Speed.
Ooh, shit.
Yeah, I'm getting pretty tired too, man. I'm probably gonna hop off once you close stream out too.
Okay. Well, thank you everybody for watching. It's been great. It's good to not be back. We'll see how back we are at being back. But I hope everybody has a great night. Stay safe out there, and we'll see you next time, which will probably be... Are you working tomorrow?
Not until 1. I could do something tomorrow.
We could do like a late one, maybe.
Yeah, if you'd like to, sure.
We'll see. Maybe tomorrow. But with that, everybody